belongs to the member. Go ahead.
Even though you used improper redactions to protect Donald Trump and other predators associated with Jeffrey Epstein, you did the exact opposite thing with the survivors and victims of this scheme. So their identification information was really the only thing required to be redacted, and it was not. And it's clear this was not a mistake. This was not by accident. This was not because you only had 30 days when you really used 75, and that doesn't even include all the hours last March that you were redacting it. But I'll tell you why it's clear it wasn't a mistake. There is an email entitled Epstein Victim List. There are 32 names. 1 is redacted, 31 are not. So someone looked at it and decided to redact something. And I will tell you that that is clearly intentional to intimidate these survivors and victims. Now, in an interview last week—
How will you tell me that's intentional?
In an interview last week, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche—
You can't go off script.
—said that any victim that wants to speak with the department has done so, hopefully. Well, thanks to the incredibly brave people sitting here behind you, we can actually ask them if that's true. Now, would the survivors and victims who are here please stand up one more time? Just by show of hands, how many of you or your loved ones actually have met with the Department of Justice and provided testimony and evidence? None. And of those of you who have not met, which is everyone, how many of you have reached out either individually or through a lawyer or representative to offer to provide testimony and evidence? All of them. And of those of you, all of you, who have reached out, how many of you were denied or ignored by the Department of Justice? All of them. And despite the shameful and despicable efforts by Ms. Bondi and her department to intimidate you, how many of you are still willing to speak to the Department of Justice? All of them. Well, Ms. Bondi, it looks like you have some more witnesses to talk to.
Gentleman's time has expired.
And I yield back.
We will go to the good gentleman from North Carolina, Congressman Knott.
Thank you. May I have a moment, Congressman?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Here we go. Here's the photograph. This is why he wanted to repeat everything that had been said previously on Epstein. This is his state, New York. You probably don't even know who this is. Wahid Mohammed from Afghanistan.
Yes, because I'm no longer a prosecutor.
Convicted of assault. Wow, he represents New York. Wow, yet he doesn't care about the illegal aliens convicted of crimes. Assault and homicide. No longer a prosecutor, so he doesn't care about his constituents. Here we go. Arson, El Salvador, Miguel Palacios. Fermin Flores Ramales, Mexico, rape.
Let's talk about the 70% of immigrants who are detained without a criminal conviction or arrest.
Stop the clock. Stop the clock. Time belongs to Congressman Knott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Attorney General, I want to be sure that the American people understand exactly what we're referring to when we talk about sanctuary policies. They are often framed in sort of innocuous terms like, we refuse to take part in immigration law. And when you add up all of the population represented by these cowardly politicians in sanctuary jurisdictions, whether it's a county, city, or state, sanctuary jurisdictions account for roughly 40% of the United States. Now, in reality, it's much more than just a passive exercise. Is that not correct?
Yes.
It's unbelievably active. And in terms of breaking down these terms, I want to break it down as clearly a term as I can. What is a federal detainer for the American people? Please describe it.
A federal detainer is when someone is held in federal custody.
Yes. And when a federal detainer is issued to local law enforcement, they are obviously in local or state custody, correct?
Yes.
And federal officers take note of that apprehension and they say, we want to come and apprehend him or her to deport them. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And in these sanctuary jurisdictions, whether it's California, Illinois, New York, or other places, even in North Carolina, there are sanctuary jurisdictions. That federal detainer often prompts not any cooperation, not any assistance, but a release onto the streets. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, and Congressman, a federal detainer is federal law.
Yes.
That people must abide by, yet these jurisdictions, many of these jurisdictions are not abiding by that.
And we hear a lot of talk from the other side about victims of violent crimes, sex crimes, murders, whatever it may be. But I want to be very clear. Illegal aliens who have been arrested for committing some of the most heinous crimes, they have been released by sanctuary cities, by sanctuary states, rather than being turned over to the federal government for deportation. Isn't that correct?
It is, and it's sad for all Americans that any jurisdiction would do that. These are some of the most violent criminals I think we've all seen.
Yes. And despite their best efforts to obstruct you and the president in making us all safer, I just want to go through a quick list again of the accomplishments that you have been in part responsible for achieving. True or false, the country now has the lowest murder rate in 125 years.
Yes.
True or false, 62 major cities are now reporting rapid decline in murder rates.
Yes.
True or false, robberies are down nearly 20% over the last year.
Yes.
True or false, violent crime is down almost 15% over the past year.
Yes.
True or false, right here in Washington, D.C., violent crime is down almost 30% since President Trump took office.
Yes, and the number may be even better than that, but yes.
Good.
Yes.
True or false, the DEA has seized over 200,000 kilograms of cocaine since President Trump took office.
I believe so, and 78,500 kilos of meth and more than 260,000 kilos of cocaine.
Unbelievable.
That's lives saved every day for all of us, for
Absolutely.
families, for children.
And then true or false, the Department of Justice under your leadership has a 92% success rate at the Supreme Court,
I believe so.
or ballpark.
Ballpark.
And then true or false, this administration is attacking the waste, fraud, and abuse that we have seen in places like Minnesota that is removing billions of hard-earned tax dollars from this country.
Absolutely, and President Trump is committed to doing that in every city in this country.
And Madam Attorney General, just to be very brief here, I want to be sure that you know that many on this committee made very serious efforts to try to amend the Epstein petition to give you the resources and the time to protect victims, to go through and to have the necessary runway to thoroughly go through that file. Unfortunately, those requests were met with refusal, and we were unable to make the necessary amendments. But thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
The good gentleman yields back. We turn to the good lady from California, Congresswoman Kamlager-Dove.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Attorney General, for being here today. I want to talk with you about an issue on which there is broad bipartisan agreement: the importance of ensuring trust between the American public and those government officials who wield powerful law enforcement responsibilities. So, Attorney General, would you agree that it is important for law enforcement leaders to be honest?
Of course, as well as members of Congress.
Thank you. And would you include yourself as a law enforcement leader?
Of course.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. You know, President Trump has also, he has referred to himself as the chief law enforcement officer of this country. So do you believe that President Trump is honest?
He is the commander-in-chief of the United States of America, and
that
not only
President
is
Trump
he keeping
honest?
this country safe,
Do you
he
believe
is keeping this
honest?
world
It's
safe.
a simple question,
Of
which you
course
didn't
I do.
answer.
He is
Okay,
the
thank you.
commander-in-chief.
Last June, Minnesota lawmaker Melissa Hortman, her husband Mark, and their dog were brutally murdered in their home. And your USA's office in Minnesota investigated this crime and obtained a 6-count indictment of the murder suspect, stating that he had intent to kill, injury, harass, and intimidate Minnesota legislators. And I have the copy right here. I read through it. Yet a few weeks ago, President Trump suggested publicly that Minnesota Governor Tim Walz was behind these murders, posting on his Truth Social account a video raising this conspiracy theory. And it wasn't true. And you know it wasn't true, or else you would not have brought an indictment against the subject. Do you know what else Trump has said? He has said he has cut gas prices by 1,400%. False. That he won the 2020 election.
Actually,
False.
gas is down
That
to
he
$1.99
didn't
a
know
gallon,
Epstein.
thanks to
That he
President
didn't
Trump.
know Epstein.
Maybe $5
False.
in
That he
California.
It's my time, Mr. Chair. That he sent water to LA during the wildfires. False. That Governor Westmore of Maryland called him the greatest president of his lifetime. False. So many tales, too many to keep up. But I want to go back to what he said about Tim Walz. Do you agree that President Trump undermined public trust in law enforcement by suggesting that Governor Walz was involved in the Hortman murders?
I am not familiar with that statement.
Well, that is a disappointing response, and it is also why your office and Donald Trump have zero credibility, because I know, and you know, it was a right-wing extremist who murdered the Hortmans. And you and the president are being dishonest with the American people. Last fall, after the horrific shooting of Charlie Kirk, President Trump was asked if there were extremists on both the left and the right. And his exact words were, "I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less. The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime. The radicals on the left are the problem, and they're vicious, and they're horrible, and they're politically savvy." Do you agree with this statement? You're taking too long, Madam Attorney General. But you know the answer, because your own department has addressed the question. In 24, the DOJ's research arm issued a report on domestic terrorism, stating that the far number of far-right attacks continues to outpace all other types of terrorism and domestic violence extremists. The DOJ published the report, and after the president made those comments, the DOJ took the report down. And I sent you a letter asking you a simple question. Why did the Justice Department remove the data that shows right-wing extremists have killed more innocent people than left-wing extremists?
Did you refer to immigration enforcement as domestic terrorism?
You should answer my
answer's
question.
yes.
You're on my time, but you won't. And what I am asking you to do is put the report back, restore the data. Stop scrubbing important data from your website. Stop taking down reports that you know the American people need to know about. There are violent, dangerous people out here with real threats, and the
There are in your
dishonesty from your
district.
agency comes from the covering up of these threats that could hurt American people and put our lives at risk. Do better. And with that, I yield back, Mr.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
May I have 1 moment?
You may.
Her district includes Culver City, and she's not talking about any crime in her districts, nothing about helping crime in her district. She's not even worth getting into the details.
Well, thank you, Madam Attorney General, and we are grateful to have you here today. And let me just say that you've shown great perseverance today, and I think you're coming to the last lap here of those of us that are left. But I applaud your strength, and I applaud your resolve. Madam Attorney General, as a pastor for over 37 years now, I take serious issue with any attempts by agitators to disrupt church services or activities at houses of worship. And I just want to take a moment to clarify some things. I realize you can't talk about pending cases per se, but I do want to ask some very general questions for clarification. Does the DOJ consider unauthorized entry into a house of worship to be protected activity under the First Amendment when undertaken by a member of the press?
Unauthorized with the intent of disrupting, yes.
Okay.
Even
And-
if it's a blogger like Don Lemon.
Correct. How does the DOJ distinguish between news gathering activity and expressive or protest conduct when a press defense is asserted?
Congressman, I met with the pastor of that church, and what happened there was horrific. Of course, the press is welcome, and I would hope all houses of worship, whether it's a synagogue, whether it's a church, any house of worship. However, what happened here is a pending case again, but within the four corners of the indictment, they were, quote, gearing up for a resistance. They entered a house of worship, and I think the video speaks for itself. What happened in there, what the video doesn't show, is there were approximately 400 parishioners in there on a Sunday morning, families, grandparents with canes, children upstairs in Sunday school their parents were blocked from getting to them once this resistance took place, and they had named it Operation Pull-Up. It was heartbreaking for those families. They were terrified. I think they've all said that, and nothing like that should happen in this country, and under my watch, it won't.
Thank you. And just to clarify, accosting members of a congregation and creating a scene marked by intimidation and threat inside a house of worship would not be protected First Amendment activity, correct?
Absolutely not, and a grand jury has indicted individuals over that.
Thank you. One other question, just shifting a little bit. You know, my home state of North Carolina has been making national headlines at times, and particularly in the city of Charlotte. We've made pleas at times for our governor to get involved, bring in the National Guard. Our Fraternal Order of Police had pointed out that we were about 270 local cops below what we needed in order to adequately police the city. And yet the governor's declined to offer to partner with the federal government to bring in reinforcements to Charlotte. I want to give you just a few moments, really the balance of my time, to explain the impact that Memphis Safe Task Force has had on crime and safety in Memphis, because I know there was a place we saw that cooperation has tended to breed great results, and I would love to hear a little more about that.
Thank you. And I have numbers for you too. Well, and we're all right here in DC, we're all living right here in DC, and I think we've seen the remarkable impact that it has working with members of the Democrat Party on this, with law enforcement, with the mayor, with the police chief, doing everything we can to make DC safe. As of February 9th, there were nearly 10,000 arrests. This is DC. 1,000 illegal guns seized since the operation began, with carjackings down 81% from this time last year, and violent crime down 42%. DC is safer because of it. We know we had a National Guardsman shot, and we had a beautiful young woman killed. I went to her funeral, and I keep in touch with the National Guardsman who was shot, his parents. He's doing great. He's a miracle. Please continue to pray for him. I know my time is up, but same results I spoke about earlier in Memphis, and we're still working on that with the help of Make Memphis Safe Again.
Well, again, I think it just draws an incredible contrast between what we've seen happening in Minneapolis versus what we've seen happen in D.C., what we saw happen in Memphis, and what I would love to see in some ways, if we could ever get our governor to work with us in North Carolina, to happen in Charlotte. But with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Time of the gentleman has expired. The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. I seek unanimous consent to introduce into the record the research that Representative Kamlager-Dove and I referenced concerning the threat of right-wing domestic terrorism, which the Department of Justice scrubbed from its website in September.
Without objection, the gentlelady from
Thank
Texas
you.
is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And to be clear, I'm not going to ask any questions of this witness because this witness has revealed that she has no intentions of answering questions. But instead, I'm going to ask some very basic questions really quickly of my colleague, Becca Ballant, if she will answer. Right or wrong, raping children?
Wrong.
Right or wrong, killing random citizens?
Definitely wrong.
Right or wrong, enriching yourself as the sitting president of the United States?
Definitely wrong.
Okay, thank you, because I probably never would have got that with our witness. Our witness, who somehow is a lawyer but does not understand how it works with witnesses. I'm not really sure what law school she went to and what all kind of cases she tried, but typically when you come into a space and somebody's a witness, then they sit there and they answer questions. instead of asking questions. And then we also have this objection that we use as lawyers called non-responsive when a witness fails to actually answer the question. But nevertheless, let me address the survivors, because that's exactly who they are. They are not victims, they are survivors. Let me say thank you for having more courage and moral clarity in your pinky fingers than the entire Department of Justice. We are currently the laughing stock of the world, partially because of the failed leadership within the DOJ, as we see kings and queens falling everywhere around the world. But we don't know the basics of right and wrong in this country, because it's not about partisanship. And that's why I applaud Thomas Massey, because he's the only person on the Republican side that has a backbone and knows how to stand up to corruption. But nevertheless, let me keep going. My Democratic colleagues have been attacked this entire committee hearing. They have been lied on, and frankly, the American people weren't looking for that. They were looking for answers about the corruption that they see coming from this administration. In the written testimony of this witness, of this particular witness, she stated that when she took office, she had two main goals. The first was to end the weaponization of justice, and second, to return the department to its core mission. Not only have you lied about both, you've intentionally done the exact opposite. You're spending more taxpayer resources arresting journalists than you are prosecuting pedophiles and creeps. In fact, your boss, the President of the United States, stated that this administration, quote, took the freedom of speech away. And at your direction, DOJ has arrested Don Lemon and Georgia Fort. And I might add that y'all actually had a judge that rejected y'all for trying to arrest Don Lemon before, just like the grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Kelly, just like a grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Slotkin, just like the case against Tish James was dismissed and the case against Mr. Comey was dismissed. I completely don't get how it is that you're sitting at the top of DOJ, because you don't seem to be good at your job. You're spending more taxpayer resources arresting these journalists. In fact, we know after Georgia Fort and Don Lemon were arrested, we know that there were homes of journalists that were raided. We know that threatened prosecution against students protesting your actions and forced tech companies to remove apps used to track ISIS activities. But let's circle back to you protecting pedophiles and creeps, because I want to talk about the president and his possible involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, I don't know what the president might have done with Jeffrey Epstein, but unlike this administration, I believe that facts matter, so let's talk about the facts. Fact number one, Donald Trump is one of the most named people in the Epstein files. At least 5,000 files contains more than 38,000 references to Trump, his wife, or Mar-a-Lago. Fact number two, Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell made young girls available to Trump on multiple occasions. For example, according to this file, Ghislaine Maxwell presented a young girl to President Trump who spent more than 20 minutes apparently flirting with her. Here's another example. This shows notes from FBI investigators that describe Jeffrey Epstein transporting a victim to Mar-a-Lago to meet with President Trump, where he bragged to Trump that, quote, this is a good one. Now, I'm not saying that the president is a pedophile, but there is a lot of evidence in these files that suggests that he's very close friends with a lot of men who are pedophiles. What's crazy about all of this is just that this is a big cover-up. And this administration is engaged in it. In fact, this administration is complicit. But there are numerous others, like how the DOJ is attempting to obstruct justice in the investigation of the rogue agents who have murdered American citizens, or how the DOJ seized voter data from Fulton County in an attempt to steal the 2026 midterm elections, or how federal agents have Tom Homan on tape accepting a bribe and your agency killed the investigation, or how your agency is ready to give the president a $230 million payday, which is unconstitutional. The Constitution is clear. The president shall not receive any payment except his salary while in office. The fact of the matter is that you will be remembered as one of the worst attorney generals in history, an attorney general who has prioritized obstruction over justice, corruption over the law, fealty to the president over loyalty to the Constitution. And Mr. Chairman, I will yield.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized. Excuse me, gentleman from Kansas, the Attorney General, former Attorney General, Mr. Schmidt is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and General Bondi, thanks for being here. Did you have anything you wanted to say before we talk?
I do. Thank you, Congressman. Thank you, my friend, for many years. I find it interesting that she didn't even want to try, Congresswoman Crockett, to ask any questions, because she certainly did not condemn her leader, Hakeem Jeffries, for taking money from Jeffrey Epstein after Epstein was convicted. And I will be brief to give you your time, Congressman. This is what she didn't want to talk about. Texas, from Cuba, convicted, homicide, arson, weapon offense.
Convicted, so what we talking about? Convict some of these perpetrators that rape these women that are sitting behind you, that you refuse to even acknowledge they are here.
Time belongs to the gentleman from Kansas.
Mr. Chairman, could I have a few seconds back to make up for the yelling? Thank you. General, did you have anything further to say?
Texas, convicted of homicide. Cecil Joseph from Dominican Republic. Texas, convicted for kidnapping, rape. Khalid Khan from Afghanistan. That's why they want to talk about Epstein and not what's happening in their own states.
Thank you, General, and thank you for being here. And this has been quite a spectacle to observe today. I think it's sad. I ran for Congress because I thought we had serious problems in this country we wanted to try to fix together. And this performance today, not yours, General, but some of my colleagues, has not shored up my confidence that we are up to the task. You and I served together for 8 years when you were Attorney General of Florida and I in Kansas. You served professionally. I'm glad to be able to serve with you in these new roles, and I'm glad you're there, both generally and today. Part of the reason I ran for Congress is because in my former role, I saw in the real world, in my state, the consequences of failed U.S. immigration and border security policy. And I'll spare you the lengthy recitation, but let me give you the short version. I sit here and think about a fellow who was running, I believe it was drugs for the cartels, and shot a police officer in Oklahoma, drove across the border into my state, kidnapped an old man, and then invaded a house and shot at cops before we ultimately neutralized him. He's in prison now for, I believe, the rest of his life. I'm thinking about a drunk driver who was in our country illegally, never should have been here, and one night killed a young deputy on southern Johnson County, Kansas, who was making a traffic stop on another individual. Drunk driver ran into him, never should have been here, shouldn't have happened. Thinking about a guy who was deported repeatedly, came back and ultimately murdered, I believe it was 4 people in Kansas City, Kansas, and then fled to Missouri and killed a 5th guy. He died in prison. I'm thinking about a guy we prosecuted who wasn't supposed to be in this country, who raped a child in a little rural county up north on the Nebraska border, and we sent him to prison for, I believe, the rest of his life. Thinking about a guy who wasn't supposed to be here at all, who murdered, I think it was his wife or his domestic partner in an act of domestic violence in northwest Kansas. Thinking about another guy who was here and joined up with some folks who were citizens and committed a crime spree and then thought he might get caught, so he killed one of his accomplices. And we sent him to prison for the rest of his life. And that's just the ones I'm thinking about sitting right here. And you know what's common in all of those? They all committed violations of my state's law. They were caught by my state's law enforcement. They were prosecuted by my state's prosecutors. They are serving time in my state's prisons. And if and when they ever get out, the United States has said they need to be sent out of this country because of what they did. There's a list, you're holding up photos, General. There's a list on the Department of Homeland Security's website. It has about 280, 290 people like that in my state of Kansas. And you know what? We haven't made headlines like Minneapolis. We haven't made headlines like Memphis. We haven't made headlines like Los Angeles. And you know why? Because our cops are professionals and our politicians, by law, allow them to do their job and to work with federal agents for safe handoffs in order to do everything that's supposed to be done, justice under state law, and the justice of deportation on the back end. So I want to do something that's been rare here today, General. I want to ask you about public policy. Donald Trump won't be president forever. I would like to lock in some of these gains we have made in public safety. Should we be exploring the idea, for example, of beefing up 287G partnerships, or maybe replicating that so that state prosecutors can work more closely with federal prosecutors to get deportation orders as well as state convictions?
Absolutely.
In terms of sanctuary jurisdictions, when a sanctuary jurisdiction says as a matter of politics, go pound sand to the feds, we won't honor your detainer, so they release those people I'm talking about into their communities. And those people commit another crime of property or violence against citizens. Should those citizens have some type of civil redress against the jurisdiction that as a matter of public policy turned those people loose who created the new victims?
Yeah, and Congressman, it's risking the lives of all of the citizens of that jurisdiction.
And you've been sued a lot, or the administration has, by folks who don't like your policies.
Hundreds of times.
You've won many of those.
Yes.
Isn't it the case that the law says under Rule 65 that when you win those and there's a wrongfully entered injunction that there's supposed to be a monetary remedy for that, so there's a cost?
Yes.
And didn't the president direct you and other agency heads to start seeking bonds in those cases?
Yes.
And should we beef up the law in that area by codifying that requirement going forward?
I would love to discuss that with you.
Thank you, General. Thank you for being here.
Gentleman yields back. Well done. Some of the questions he raised, we plan on taking up in a markup in a couple weeks on the whole sanctuary jurisdiction issue. With that, I recognize the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Attorney General, for taking the time to speak with us. We certainly really appreciate it. I've got a series of questions for you that we can get through pretty quickly, I think. Can you tell me, is it true that the Biden-Harris DOJ seized the phone of a sitting Republican congressman?
Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ and Jack Smith pay at least $20,000 to confidential human sources to provide information on President Trump?
At least.
At least. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ and FBI fail to apprehend the suspect who placed pipe bombs near the Capitol ahead of January 6th?
Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ target parents as domestic terrorists?
Absolutely.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ target pro-life Catholics, going so far as to interview a priest and a choir director?
Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ send FBI SWAT teams to arrest pro-life advocates with no criminal histories?
Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ use the FACE Act to target pro-life advocates while it allowed anti-life agitators to vandalize, destroy, and firebomb pregnancy resource centers and churches?
Multiple times, I believe.
Multiple times. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ ever determine who leaked the Dobbs decision?
I can't discuss that. No, under Biden-Harris.
Got it.
No.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ and FBI target whistleblowers for revealing waste, fraud, and abuse within the department to Congress?
Not to my knowledge.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ refuse to say whether it coordinated with Alvin Bragg, Fani Willis, and Letitia James in their lawfare against President Trump?
They refused.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ slow-walk the criminal investigation and prosecution of Hunter Biden?
That's an understatement, in my opinion.
Yep. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ determine who brought cocaine into the Biden White House?
They did not.
They did not. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ cover up the extent?
As far as we know, they did not.
Right, that's right. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ cover up the extent of the Russia collusion hoax?
Absolutely, in my opinion. Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ, seek leniency from a federal court for an IRS contractor who leaked sensitive tax information on over 7,600 Americans, including President Trump?
Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ sue Texas because the state wanted to secure its own southern border?
Yes.
And finally, did the Biden-Harris DOJ attack SpaceX for hiring too many Americans?
I believe they did.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
It is unbelievable, and I appreciate that a lot of this is being cleaned up under your leadership. So thank you for returning the DOJ back to its core focus, which is on the rule of law. And I think that we see the results of that. I've got a few more similar questions for you. How have, over the past year since President Trump has been in office, how have murders trended in the United States?
Since President Trump has been in office, the murder rate has dropped to a historic 20% drop in the national murder rate, lowest since 1900.
20% drop in 1 year. That's incredible, isn't it?
And that's thanks to the incredible men and women of law enforcement, FBI, DEA, ATF, everyone working together to solve violent crime, along with our sheriffs, our local law enforcement, working as a team throughout this country, and our great state and federal prosecutors.
Yep. And how have robberies trended? Have they gone, even if they've just gone up or down?
Robberies, all violent crime, all violent crime has decreased, as well as robberies.
So murders, violent crime, the country is more safe now, it's fair to say, would you agree, than it was a year and a half ago under Joe Biden?
Absolutely, and Director Patel is working tirelessly to catch those, I'm sure you've been seeing, on the most wanted list. He and Deputy Director Bongino from day one said, we're going to get the most wanted list, and that's what's been happening, working hand in hand with all of our agencies.
Yep. And I want to thank you for that. Thank you for the work you've been doing to refocus the DOJ again on doing your core job. We're very happy with it, and I'll yield the remainder of my time to the chairman.
I appreciate it, gentlemen. I would just say, earlier one of the Democrats said that they said, who are you, who you are? And I think you're the Attorney General who I think on the first day disbanded the FIDF, first day on the job, rescinded the memo that required spying on parents that Mr. Garland had issued, and stood up the weaponization working group. I think you did that all on day one. Not to mention, you're the first Justice Department that's put in place, as we've talked about earlier, this Deputy Attorney General for combating fraud. So we appreciate that, and of course, all the things that Mr. Gill pointed out with the crime stats that have went down. So our last questioner today, but not the least, is the gentleman, I'm sorry, we're gonna have two more. We got Mr. Onder and then Mr. Baumgartner. So Mr. Baumgartner, well, let's go that way since you're here. You ready to go? Mr. Baumgartner, and then we'll come back to Mr. Onder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Attorney General Bondi. You know, being a freshman on this committee, you always get a bit surprised, I guess, even 1 year into my term here, how theatrical days like this can be. But I think you've performed well today and answered the questions well today, and that's a credit to you and appreciated by the American people. You know, the Epstein issue is certainly important and is important for the victims. I think both I and the American people have a little bit of trouble taking the Democrats super seriously on this issue when they have been so uncurious about President Clinton's relations with Jeffrey Epstein. And even myself, I had no idea that there was actually a sitting Democrat congresswoman who had taken substantial campaign donations from Mr. Epstein, only when that came to light on the floor with the potential resolution. And you would think there would be more outrage on those types of things if they were going to be taken credible. But we do know the performance value of what goes on in this committee. I want to talk about the big things that Department of Justice is doing. And when I look at the dramatic decrease in crime in this country in the last year since the Trump administration has come, you'll see the board behind me. Violent crime plummets across major U.S. cities. And I guess so my first question would be, and when it comes to the big stuff, how are you guys getting this stuff so right? What contributes from your perspective to this dramatic decrease in crime in major U.S. cities under the Trump administration?
When I first took office, I met with all of our agencies. And the one thing that stuck with me, that one of the heads of the department said to me, one of the law enforcement department heads, President Trump has taken the handcuffs off us so we can keep the people of America safe. And that's what he's done. He has given our law enforcement officers the tools that they need and the backing that they need, the support that they need to combat violent crime and all crime throughout this country. And, you know, I'd be remiss, we've talked about the FBI, we've talked about DEA a bit, but can I please brag about ATF? Rob Cicada and Dan Driscoll, of course, who has been our acting head of ATF, have done a remarkable job stopping guns from flowing into Mexico, not harassing gun owners. 26,965 violent crime cases have been initiated, including more than 4,300 firearms trafficking cases. More than 1,200 of those are tied to gun trafficking in Mexico. I talk to them almost daily.
Thank you.
And they're working so hard.
Well, thank you, Attorney General. Again, you know, I look back at this last year, and we've had this historic tax cut. Yesterday in the Wall Street Journal, the National Cancer Foundation ran full-page ads thanking Congress, the administration, for doing more for cancer research than has ever been done before. I was just meeting with Habitat for Humanity out in the hallway, and they came and thanked us for doing more that's ever been done for Habitat for Humanity. So there's been so many accomplishments, but I really think this crime is the biggest deal of all. But I do have some concerns on this issue, and those also are respect to how we keep people safe with sanctuary cities and sanctuary states. And I remind everyone, and as I'm sure you know, Madam Attorney General, that when we had the terrible terrorist attacks of 9/11, the #1 recommendation of the 9/11 Commission was to reduce barriers between all levels of law enforcement. They specifically pointed to things like fusion centers, Joint Terrorism Task Force, and getting local law enforcement and federal law enforcement to work together and communicate on a regular basis. And I would just like your perspective, because we have a more complex global threat than any time since World War II. We still have Islamic terrorism. We have spies from China, Iran, Russia, all these things. And what does sanctuary cities and states do for communication law enforcement? How does it make us less safe?
Sanctuary cities and states are attempting to prevent communication among all the law enforcement agencies. And of course, that's keeping all of America less safe, especially when the violent criminals are fleeing to those jurisdictions because they believe they're protected. But with all of our joint task forces, I see it every day, Congressman, how well, despite what these liberals are trying to do, Donald Trump's administration is working tirelessly to protect all of Americans, and all of our agencies working hand in hand to keep America safe.
Well, you guys are getting the big stuff right. You look at that decrease in crime across the country, you ought to take a victory lap. Well done.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Attorney General Bondi, for being here on this long day. And I want to thank you most of all for your leadership in your whole career defending victims. And now I want to take a moment to talk about you protecting victims from a different kind of child abuse, that medicalized child abuse that goes under the banner of gender-affirming care, that far too many of my Democrat colleagues enthusiastically support and unapologetically support. Shortly after returning to office, President Trump signed an executive order directing HHS to review the clinical evidence and determine whether sex-rejecting interventions caused more harm than good. HHS reached the same conclusion that the UK and Finland and Sweden reached, that the risks are serious and that imposing this so-called care on minors was not appropriate. This executive order also directed you as Attorney General to, quote, work to draft, propose, and promote legislation to enact a private right of action for children and the parents of children whose healthy body parts have been damaged by medical professionals practicing chemical and surgical mutilation, which should include a lengthy statute of limitations. Last September, you transmitted that bill to Congress. It has been my honor to introduce that bill as the Chloe Cole Act. We named the bill after Chloe Cole, who sat where you're sitting just a few years ago on her 19th birthday. During a hearing chaired by now Speaker Mike Johnson, I'd like to play a clip of her testimony that day to remind us of our story.
On to puberty blockers and then testosterone. The resulting menopausal-like hot flashes made focusing on school impossible. I still get joint pains and weird pops in my back, but they were far worse when I was on the blockers. A month later, when I was 13, I had my first testosterone injection. This caused permanent changes to my body. My voice will forever be deeper, my jawline sharper, my nose longer, my bone structure permanently masculinized, my Adam's apple more prominent, my fertility unknown. I look in the mirror sometimes and I feel like a monster. I had a double mastectomy at 15. They tested my amputated breast for cancer. And I was cancer-free, of course. I was perfectly healthy. There was nothing wrong with my still developing body or my breasts, other than that, as an insecure teenage girl, I felt awkward about it. After my breasts were taken away from me, the tissue was incinerated. Before I was able to legally drive, I had a huge part of my future womanhood taken from me. I will never be able to breastfeed. I struggle to look at myself in the mirror at times. I still struggle to this day with sexual dysfunction. And I have massive scars across my chest. And the skin grafts that they took of my nipples are weeping fluid today. And they were grafted into a more masculine positioning, they said.
Chloe testified that day that what she needed was mental health therapy, but she never received it. And she was not suicidal until after they did these horrible things to her. She pleaded with Congress to act
Equity indices built on opinions? That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets. Equity indices built on opinions? That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets.
Thursday, the 9th of April. Good morning, folks. What do you need to know? Well, the risk rally certainly pausing. Trump warning that he could restart the war in the Middle East. The Strait of Hormuz still blocked. Oil is rising. We're going to speak to the Secretary General of the International Maritime Organization. And the White House apparently examining ways to punish European NATO allies that didn't support the Iran war, Anna.
Guy, markets are a little nervous, as you point out. They are nervous about the ceasefire, the state of the ceasefire. Will it hold in the Middle East? We'll get to all of the questions around that ceasefire shortly. But suffice to say that oil prices are edging ever so slightly higher this morning, ever so slightly in the recent context. 2% before this war would have been a decent-sized move. But 96.67 is where we trade on Brent. Is this what it looks like when equity market investors cross their fingers and just hope that the ceasefire holds? Euro Stoxx 50 futures a little bit nervous. The FTSE, though, FTSE futures pointing higher. S&P futures down by 1/2%. The countdown to the opening trade starts right now.
Thursday the 9th, good morning. Now, normally at this point, I'd be saying day one of the Masters. Sit back, enjoy. However, unfortunately, I think we may have other things that we need to be watching right now. The ceasefire in the Iran war looks questionable this morning. Yesterday, we saw significant fighting. The market reaction early was very positive, but it ran out of steam towards the back end of the day as people began to sort of worry about what was going on in the Gulf. And overnight, we've had some posts from President Trump just warning basically that he's going to keep all the military kit in the region and that he's ready to restart the war. He could restart the war. It's not his base case, but it is possible, Anna.
Yeah, absolutely. And so that warning from President Trump landing into a market that was already, as you say, pretty nervous about all the signs of the ceasefire breaking down. That's not necessarily the case yet. The US is sticking to it, it would seem. But there are signs, whether that's in Kuwait, in Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, of course, Lebanon, and big questions around the role and the status of Lebanon in this ceasefire. So the market watching that very carefully. Optimism from the markets then being tested, I suppose, today, because we saw a lot of optimism on display yesterday. The question of nuclear weapons, Iran saying they had the right to enrich, President Trump saying no nuclear weapons was agreed. Those two things are not the same, and so you wonder if that's where some of the confusion is coming from. And we build our way towards that weekend peace talk event that is going to take place in Pakistan. Stocks then showing that optimism yesterday. It is being tested this morning, and bond markets unwinding some of the gains that they made.
So what I thought was interesting yesterday, let's kind of focus on the markets and figure out what happened yesterday. You got a big move by the CTAs early on. So what happened was you get the mechanical process of buying, and that seemed to run out. If you look at the volume story and the way that the market worked during the day, you saw an initial massive pickup. It came through Asia, it came through Europe, and then it went into the early session of the United States. But then it faded. And it does seem as if the machines are much more positive about what is happening, taking their signals than maybe the humans are. The trading desk sounded, judging by what I was reading, much more cautious yesterday afternoon. So it's going to be interesting to see whether or not we've now effectively had that CTA push, that has driven the rally, whether the humans are prepared to follow, or whether, as you say, the humans are going to be looking at this story and going, we don't know. It's very hard to judge what is happening on the ground at the moment, and as a result of which, it's hard to take the risk rally further on from here, because the CTAs have now got us back to a position where you could argue that a lot of good news is now increasingly priced in.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were, to some degree, getting slightly different mixed messages on that from the different asset classes.
Yep.
So the S&P, there was some volatility. It fluctuated a bit, but it did end up 2.5%,
Yep.
so decent gains by the end. Bond markets, though, if you look at what happened to 10-year Treasury yields, they actually managed to unwind half of the gains that we've made in the price and a corresponding move on the yield as well. And so it's as if the bond market may be still asking those questions about inflation, and Brent prices or oil prices are a little bit higher. Should we talk about oil and getting things out of the Persian Gulf? Because that's still very much a focus for us. Oil prices hanging on to that optimism a little bit, perhaps, although they are edging higher. I mean, it doesn't seem as if the Straits of Hormuz are open. President Trump has said once again that that was what he called for, what has been agreed, that they would be open. Is that with a toll? How will this be managed by the Iranian military? We were asking this exact same question yesterday morning.
Yes. The Iranians are indicating that the channel is mined and you have to therefore sail close to the Iranian coast. Is a toll system... How does I don't know how a toll system is going to work, what the cost of that's going to be. Can you get as many ships through? What is the rate of exchange effectively through the Straits of Hormuz? There's so many questions at the moment. And clearly the ship owners are just sitting there going, we don't know yet.
Yeah.
So we're just going to sit tight and wait and see what ultimately happens. So it's a really difficult challenge, I think, at this point, to know how long this lasts for and what the cautiousness is going to mean in terms of activity. Because the longer this goes on for, that oil is not coming out, that gas is not coming out, the fertilizer is not coming out. So does the inflationary effect get bigger and bigger and bigger and last longer and longer and longer? And to your point about the bond market, that's what I think the signal is there.
And do we push back up towards $100? I mean, we're certainly not far away from it on Brent and on WTI. Interesting that the US wants the Europeans to step up faster than maybe the Europeans has anticipated when it comes to ensuring navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. Of course, the Iranians seeming to be in the driving seat of that, but the US wants plans in days from Europe on that front. Europe has already suggested that they would want to get involved, but, you know, there's a lot of scrambling around, possibly.
This takes us on to the NATO conversation. So there's a lot of reporting overnight. The Journal's certainly doing a lot of reporting on this. There seems to be a threat coming out of the White House. Maybe the Trump administration, the White House, wants to punish NATO allies that haven't helped in some shape or form. And the suggestion seems to be we will close down and withdraw close their military bases and withdraw troops. I don't know how the US does that. Like Germany, Ramstein, key part of their military effort in the Middle East. Aviano in Italy, key piece of military infrastructure that the US relies on. Spain, like big ports there that the US relies on. I don't know how that quite works, but it just appears to me this is further evidence that Europe is going to be forced to have to spend more on its defence. And what are the implications of that for its debt and its bond markets?
Yes, absolutely. Questions we've had around this desk many times. Every time we see geopolitical flare-ups, and there have been plenty of opportunities to talk about this, we've seen markets focus on the bond markets and where is the money going to come from? Is that a long-end issue? Interesting to think about whether then the US does try and make moves towards trying to leave NATO, but not easy, as lots of our reporting and reporting from others points out. You need actually from the Senate a two-thirds majority in the Senate to vote to leave NATO, or you need Congress to replace it with a different law. So that would all be difficult. Of course, you can leave by baby steps, can't you?
Yes.
By just the things you talked about, by moving your troops, by rewarding those who've been lower. But what's interesting on that, actually, it doesn't necessarily mean that Europe's eastern flank is what everyone would worry about. It doesn't necessarily leave that more exposed. It perhaps means that some troops go from Spain to some of those more supportive countries and those big spenders on defence in Eastern Europe.
Does it undermine, though, if you are Spain, do you have to spend more? Or do you just say, actually, the reality is that we don't think that NATO already that NATO's, that umbrella already is degraded to such a degree that I can move on and rethink the way that I approach defence? Salami tactics and changing this piece by piece could leave Europe. Is it better to have a shock, or is it better to have it happen slowly and incrementally over time, and you can adapt? I don't know. But that threat just is there, and I wonder whether the bond market, and we'll talk to Sri Kochi-Govardhan about this in a minute, I will just wonder whether that threat is something that we haven't priced in enough. Livia Gagliarati, Energy Aspects Global Head, is going to be joining us very shortly. We've also got Helen Jewell on the show, BlackRock International CIO for Fundamental Equities. Asinara Dominguez, International Maritime Organization Secretary General, is going to be joining us a little later on in the program. So many questions there about what is happening currently in and around the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, absolutely. Really interesting conversation, trying to get to grips with the facts on the ground, on the water, around the shipping industry in the Strait. Let us tell you about some of the data that is on our radar today, or some of the potentially market-moving events. The Bank of England's daily attends an EU Parliament committee. Core PCE out of the States, 1:30 UK time. US jobless claims out of the States. The PCE data is a little backward-looking, though, so we won't be getting too excited about that. And we have European earnings coming a little bit later on. Bruno Cucinelli, if your mind is in need of a luxury fix, that is where our minds will go after market sales and revenue there.
What else do you need to know this, Thursday morning? Minutes from the Fed meeting last month reveal a growing number of policymakers were worried about the Iran war and the impact it could have, stoking further inflation. And if that were the case, that it might ultimately warrant raising rates. Officials who expressed more worry about inflation urged their colleagues to consider adding language to their post-meeting statement that raised the scenario of hiking rates under certain conditions.
In a world of seismic change, will your business shape the future or be shaped by it? How will we capture the imagination of tomorrow's consumers? Overcome operational constraints to focus on future growth? And unlock economic and social prosperity through environmental responsibility. With EY Parthenon and EY's full spectrum of services, we're reimagining the enterprise to shape the future with confidence.
The Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors, RICS, says the number of Britons looking to buy a home nosedived in March after the mortgage market was rocked by conflict in the Middle East. Estate agents, on balance, expressed reduced sales and declining house prices over the coming months after average fixed mortgage rates surged back to above 5%. And Meta shares surged around 6% after it unveiled its first artificial intelligence model since CEO Mark Zuckerberg embarked on a multi-billion-dollar overhaul of the company's AI organization. Known as Muse Spark, the model was created by Meta's Superintelligence Labs, the new team of expensive AI researchers. Muse Spark will power the Meta AI chatbot. And in a pivot from the company's prior open source strategy, it is a closed model, meaning its design and code will not be made public. Things are still happening in AI land. The Nasdaq's had a massive rally back. And the whole kind of picks and shovels story, chips, doing very well right now. Semis have really been surging of recent.
Absolutely, yes. In the height of the tension around war in Iran, you sold things that had done well. And so in the relief rally, it seems you're buying things that have been beaten up, even things that were not directly related to what was going on in the Strait of Hormuz. Interesting on the Meta story. I mean, up 6% after this news, the Meta share price, which, given the amount of money that had been spent, and the bar, therefore, is quite high to prove, you've spent it well, and we've seen that on the capex side. Markets get really nervous, so maybe they chalk this up as a win, the fact that they got a positive share price reaction to it.
Yes. We're about to see earnings coming through.
Yeah.
So we'll see what the Mag 7 and the earnings story, how well that is received. Certainly valuations have shifted quite significantly.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see how high the bar is now. The market's clearly very nervous about spending, but you look at the semi-sector. Dan was pointing this out to me earlier. The semi-sector's had a massive rally recently. And you do wonder whether or not the market's attention has shifted from the mega caps to those maybe more niche semi-players.
We will return to the shipping story coming up on this programme. One of the world's largest shipping companies tells Bloomberg it needs to scrutinise details of the Iran ceasefire before allowing its vessels to test the Strait of Hormuz. We will get further details from our interview, the Bloomberg TV interview with the head of Japan's Mitsui O.S.K. That's later on in this programme. Plus, Hungary's Viktor Orban is fighting for his political life ahead of elections this weekend. He's had important US endorsement. Where does that leave him? We will take a look at what's at stake for Europe's longest-serving Prime Minister as part of today's Big Take story. Up next on the programme, we'll get a take on the global economy. We will speak to Sri Kochagovindan, senior research economist over at Aberdeen. How is she processing all of the news, the ceasefire, the hope and expectation around what's going on in the Middle East? IB plus BBTV Go. That is the function to use on your Bloomberg terminal if you want to speak to the team that puts together this programme. This is Bloomberg.
no ceasefire ever goes without a little bit of choppiness. What we have been very clear about is that we want to stop the bombing. We want our allies to stop the bombing, and we want the Iranians to do the same thing. We're seeing evidence that things are going in the right direction, but it's going to take a little time.
U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance speaking to reporters in Budapest after Tehran said that several terms of its ceasefire with the United States have been violated. J.D. Vance will lead a U.S. delegation, of course, to Islamabad this weekend for direct talks with Iran. President Trump, meanwhile, says U.S. forces will remain in the Middle East, vowing to ramp up attacks if a deal is not reached. For more, let's bring in Bloomberg Horizons anchor Jumana Basechi in Dubai, who can bring us up to speed then, Jumana, on the status of the ceasefire, because from a market perspective, processing the likelihood of reopening the Strait of Hormuz, that seems important.
Yeah, and of course, that was one of the conditions for the ceasefire that President Trump put forward, the reopening, unconditional reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, which is still effectively shut. Not many vessels have managed to make it through in the last 24 hours. And I think the question that people are asking right now is whether this is an actual ceasefire or just a pause in hostilities. Now, in the first hours after the ceasefire was announced, what we did see was a barrage of projectiles still being fired at many Gulf states. Over here in the UAE, over a dozen missiles were intercepted throughout the course of the day. Later in the afternoon, more drones intercepted in Saudi Arabia as well. There was an attempted attack on that crucial east-west pipeline as well. So keep an eye out on the potential ramifications of that. And then more drone attacks reported in Kuwait. But I will say, over the course of the evening, things have started to quieten down. Not many reported projectiles being intercepted. At the same time, the Speaker of the Parliament in Iran put out a notice up on X in the early hours of the morning saying that there had been multiple violations, including what they say drones being directed towards an Iranian refinery overnight, and then a big escalation on the Lebanese front. And herein lies one of the basic issues that this ceasefire proposal contains, which is disparate views on what exactly was agreed. Now, the Pakistani Prime Minister put forward a post on the night of the ceasefire suggesting that Lebanon was actually included in the deal. That was later on declined by the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, saying that they will continue on the Hezbollah front, even though they plan to subscribe to the U.S.-Iran ceasefire. A couple of hours later, the U.S. also disputing that Lebanon was ever included in the deal. So this is one of the big questions as we head into this series of negotiations that are going to take place in Islamabad this weekend. Now, we do know that they're happening, despite Iran saying that there have been multiple violations. The Iranian ambassador to Pakistan this morning said that the Iranian delegation should be arriving tonight. We understand also that the U.S. delegation should be arriving this evening, early tomorrow morning as well. And then those in-person discussions will start on Saturday. Key, of course, is going to be the subject of the Strait, with President Trump this morning saying that they're going to maintain a presence in the region so long as the Strait remains effectively controlled by Iran. And the second point is the question of nuclear enrichment. Once again, it's coming up again, that fate of the enriched stockpile still unaccounted for. And so you've got to think that as we head into those important discussions, those are two main issues that still need to be resolved, and there's still a lot of daylight between the two sides.
Jumana, thank you very much indeed. An update from Jumana Basechi in Dubai. Let's talk about what that all means for the bond market. Sri Kochagovidan, Senior Research Economist at Aberdeen, joining us around the table. Good morning. The Strait of Hormuz is still closed.
Yeah.
Do you think the bond market's correctly assessing the inflation risk that potentially we have yet to see?
I think to some extent, yes. There is clearly, as long as the Strait of Hormuz is closed, that inflation risk starts to build. That's one side of the story. So the way I was looking at it, is looking back over the notes through the pandemic, Russia, Ukraine, and it seems that it'll happen in different stages. So at the moment, really, the first phase of this inflation hit comes from oil prices, and that really is likely to, we'll start to see that impact on headline inflation around March or April. So I think we'll start to see that across developed markets. We're already seeing stronger prints in Europe that's come out. We'll see some prints coming out in the US this week. So March and April, that'll be the first stage from the oil price. But we're also seeing, as this conflict persists, we're starting to see the impact already on metals prices. They've gone up a lot, and commodities in general, helium, naphtha. So all of this starts to filter through into other products as well. So it will take a bit longer. It's not an immediate hit, but there is a risk to core goods prices as well. You could see this starting to filter through. And that usually takes around 5 to 6 months for that to really pick up and filter through, and only if it persists.
Okay, so we've got these 4 stages of inflation then. Energy prices first, then core goods prices. Then you say food prices, it takes 12 months for fertiliser costs to pass on there, and core services and wages takes longer. And you say that the last one is the thing that will really matter to central banks, core services and wages. Does that still feel like the case, even after we've got so recent in our memories the experience of higher inflation? I wonder if wage demands come earlier, and therefore that has to be on the minds of central bankers and everybody else earlier.
I think that's a good point, actually, yes, because usually it would take, we had a period before the pandemic, we had a period of fairly stable wage growth for a long period of time. It wasn't really moving in line with employment changes. It was fairly stable there. But that relationship shifted a little during that pandemic and Ukraine war. So there was a lot more of a sensitivity. So we'll have to see if this does filter through sooner. We're not there yet. It's not a situation where wage growth is going to pick up, because if you look at some of the early indications in response to the war, for example, the PMI surveys, you can start to see the components reflecting higher input prices, higher output prices, but also weaker outlook for growth and weaker outlook for employment. So I think we need to balance that growth outlook as well, because that could come in a bit sooner, and that will impact the wage negotiations going forward as well.
What do you think happens if I'm a company? How much pricing power do you think companies have right now? What is their ability to pass on some of these higher costs to a consumer that looks still a little bit stressed? Do company earnings have to take a hit here, as effectively they have to absorb this cost in the margin because they can't pass it on?
Equity indices built on opinions? That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity Indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets.
I think it really depends, actually, because, for example, we were discussing the tolls, the potential tolls through the Strait of Hormuz. It sounds like a large number, $2 million per tanker. But actually, if that per barrel, that might not be such a big cost. It could be a couple of dollars, or call it $5 a barrel. That's not such a big hit. That can be passed on. But it depends on this that would just be one aspect of it. So again, that's the fuel aspect, and that's the toll aspect, the geopolitical aspect. But the longer this persists, the bigger the range of input costs that increase, the harder it might become to then pass that on to the consumer. It really depends on how this builds up.
Like Delta was saying the other day, Ed Bastian was saying, we're going to pass, there are higher...
Yes.
You are going to have higher ticket prices as a result of that. He feels that he can pass it on.
I remember periods where you'd buy a flight anywhere, and there'd be an extra charge added on, and an oil surcharge. As it, these companies want to distance themselves from the underlying drivers of this and say this is out of our hands, or at least tell that story, paint that picture that this is a sort of hit they're taking. I wonder how this gets into the things we were excited about in January, February, thinking about AI and how energy dependent AI is. I mean, does this mean that the AI narrative becomes more inflationary because energy is a little harder, or at least a little more expensive to come by? I mean, does this all just add up to a more inflationary backdrop?
I think the way I was thinking about the AI trade, that was a big story at January. I mean, it's almost like everyone's forgotten about that now. Everything is about the impact of the war and how that is filtering through into bond markets and equities. But I think, again, it depends on how long this Strait of Hormuz is closed and how long this energy price persists. But I think if we have a ceasefire which is successful and we have some kind of resolution over the course of the next 2 weeks, you could then see the market sort of moving on from the narrative of the war back to the old AI trade, not necessarily worrying about inflation just yet. It could be the case that if it is just an oil price spike, that is something that will then unwind and fade over time. That is something that central bankers would most likely look through. They'll delay the pace of easing that we had previously, but there's not necessarily a hiking cycle. So if that is the situation, then the narrative continues with what is the next leg of the AI trade? That's what we were talking about. Who is the next beneficiary? Is it emerging markets or is it developed markets? That narrative will return.
But swaps are still pricing inflation in the US north of 3% in 2027. At some point, the Fed's 2% mandate, what do they do with that? Inflation's priced to be well above it again for another year.
For another year. But that's, if we look at, that's a short-term impact in a sense. But if we look at the longer-term, 5-year swaps, that's still quite stable. And I think the central bank is going to be very careful about hiking too soon. I mean, obviously policy errors are possible, but it is a case of wait and see rather than, because inflation expectations, part of the analysis that we did before, inflation expectations is one of the biggest variables here in terms of really shifting that dynamic across the board, across all those different sectors.
Yes, and central bankers may be focusing on those expectations. Sri, thank you very much. Sri Kojavindan, senior research economist at Aberdeen. Coming up on the programme, as energy markets get whipsawed then by the Middle East ceasefire, Livia Gallerati from Energy Aspects will break down the impact on oil and gas markets. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
In a world of seismic change, will your business shape the future or be shaped by it? How will we capture the imagination of tomorrow's consumers? Overcome operational constraints to focus on future growth and unlock economic and social prosperity through environmental responsibility. With EY Parthenon and EY's full spectrum of services, we're reimagining the enterprise to shape the future with confidence.
Welcome back. 30 minutes to go until the cash open here in Europe. The stock story seems to have stalled a little bit. Big rally yesterday. In the US, it faded towards the end of the session. Here in Europe, you're going to see the FTSE bouncing back a little bit. You're going to potentially see some of the oil companies doing better today. That's going to lift the FTSE 100. Elsewhere, a little bit of weakness, but it's a little bit of weakness. Yesterday's rally was epic in Europe. And while we've got some red on the screen this morning, we're not completely fading the rally. We're just pausing, it seems, Anna, in position, just waiting for more information. We need to know what's going on.
Yes, we still have some of the same questions we had this time yesterday, don't we? We've answered a few, but really a lack of clarity as to the ceasefire fundamentally is what is keeping markets on edge. Bond markets then, interestingly, just opening up this morning, and we saw a big rally in European bond markets yesterday, drops of 20 basis points or so at the 10-year horizon for some of these yields, and we're not unwinding all of that by any stretch. We do see yields just a shade higher today, but we're up by 1 or 2, 3 basis points. This is sort of more normal territory for bond markets rather than the extreme volatility we've seen. But just like in stocks, maybe we are just waiting, and we will see what happens in bond markets as we get more news around energy. Let's try and enlighten ourselves a little as to what is going on around the Strait of Hormuz. Oil has rebounded after its biggest one-day drop since April 2020. European gas futures also slightly higher this morning. Iran's Fars news agency earlier reported the passage of tankers through the Strait of Hormuz was halted after Israeli strikes on Lebanon. Clearly, the lack of clarity there and the role of Lebanon in all of this is critical for some of the players in the ceasefire. Let's speak to Livia Gallerati, who is global gas head at Energy Aspects, also has in the past covered the oil beat as well, though, so able to speak to us about both. Livia, really nice to have you with us. Give us your sense then of the extent to which anything is getting through the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, we see the data, we can see that not very many ships are crossing, but how much are we down in terms of global supplies of oil and gas still?
Well, we've had massive losses on the upstream side for oil production, well north of 10 million barrels per day, probably as high as 13 million barrels per day. These are huge numbers, of course. On the gas side, we've lost pretty much Qatari LNG production to the market and UAE production that accounts for roughly 20% of global LNG supply. in the global market.
You've been saying, I think, that you expect LNG exports not to normalise until August. And I guess this is on the assumption there is no more violence from here. It still takes until August to normalise. Is that the view? What gives you that view?
It will take time for the facilities that have been shut down or are operating at reduced rates to ramp up. That's true for oil and gas. We are assuming that it takes a couple of weeks to bring back trains that have been offline online, so it takes some time to bring back production. It will take time for ships to arrive in the strait, load cargoes, etc. So what can come out fastest is things that have already loaded. And this is probably what we might see to a certain extent, particularly for the oil market, leave the Strait of Hormuz in the very near term during the ceasefire. If you have any optimism, it's the cargoes that are already loaded that are going to be leaving the strait. Anything new is probably not going to be coming into the strait. Ship owners don't have that risk appetite for now.
Are prices going back down anytime soon to where we were before the war?
I wouldn't put my money on that personally.
Right.
You already see prices rebounding today after yesterday's sell-off. Yesterday's sell-off is understandable. The announcements of a 2-week ceasefire boosted sentiment. It makes the market think that there is a little bit more to hope in terms of things going towards a resolution sometime in the near future. But we've already seen attacks on both sides. It's a very fragile ceasefire.
Yeah. So what is a reasonable premium that I need to put on oil, gas, everything that comes out of that part of the world? Is it 10%? Is it 20%? $20 a barrel? What numbers do I need to think about as I start to try and work out what inflation is going to do as it works its way through the system?
Yeah, that is a great question. If I had that number, I would probably be putting in some positions on myself right now.
Is the market reasonably pricing it now?
I would say futures, so Brent and TI, no. We're seeing a bit more of a realistic pricing impact on physical markets. So if you're looking at the Dubai benchmark, for instance, or dated Brent, or even TI Midland, these physical benchmarks are pricing in a bit more the actual physical tightness in the market, but on futures we're quite far away from those levels.
And I guess we get some way to answering Guy's question in the fact that you see a higher structural floor for oil prices at $70 to $80.
Yeah.
So what does that compare to previously? Because that sounds like, I don't know, is that then maybe $10, $20?
I mean, if you think about where we were pre-conflict, right, we were struggling to hold like $50, $60. And the expectations in the oil market going, into the end of 2025 and into 2026 was that of massive oversupply. If the conflict has done anything, obviously, like the impact in the immediate term is huge, but even in the more medium term, if you will, it's completely shifted the narrative for oil markets. You've drawn down the massive overhang of supply on water that have been accumulating over the last couple of years.
Including the Russian supplies.
Predominantly that. Iranian oil and water is harder to draw down because there's less willing buyers, but the Russian overhang has pretty much disappeared.
But that's the floor, though. What range could... this is a volatile situation. What range could we be operating in?
The ceiling, if you will, is the demand destruction ceiling, because you don't really have a supply lever to play anymore, because there is no supply flexibility in the market, both on gas and oil, to be honest. So you have to get prices to a point where demand will suffer.
What's demand destruction price?
That will depend on the countries, right? Every country has a different sensitivity to what prices are acceptable.
Yeah. You do think, though, that the US and Europe is going to feel shortages? Is this even if the ceasefire holds and we see the Strait of Hormuz open, maybe at reduced capacity, but still opening and some shipments getting out, you do think that shortages is going to be part of the narrative? Is that for the summer, for Europe and for the US?
Yeah, look, the best case scenario, and this is something that we're still holding in our base case at Energy Aspects, is a gradual but uneven resumption of traffic through Hormuz by the end of this month. But even that, it won't be all the volumes right away. Now, the key problem here, among other things, is the shut-ins on the upstream production side that have occurred, some of them will be difficult to bring back in terms of production. You can't just, certain fields you can switch them on and off like a light switch. It takes time. There may be some damage that was done. It would take some investment. And just in terms of trade cycles and the time that it takes to bring barrels from the Middle East to Asia and to Europe, it takes time.
Where's most vulnerable right now? As you look around the world and you try and figure out, it's back to the sort of demand destruction question. Is it Asia first, then Europe? Is that the way it works? Will Europe just pay more and therefore see fewer shortages? How does it work in terms of the way that this is going to filter around the world?
This is how it's played out. So it's Asia first. They are the ones that have felt the supply shortfall first. And you've seen Asian buyers coming into the market quite aggressively over the last few weeks and months to pull in additional supply from the Atlantic Basin. Now, the problem that we're talking about a global market, right? So if you're taking supply away from one region into Asia, then Europe, that normally in terms of buying cycles tend to purchase oil later, is about to start feeling the crunch. And when we're thinking about refinery runs in Europe, for instance, we've already factored in some run cuts because of the lack of oil.
And Olivia, I've seen different stories being told about China right now. Some of resilience based on the fact it can use coal and it's been making huge gains in renewables and employing renewables and running the technology for renewables. Others talking about vulnerability, obviously, because of Asia broadly sourcing from the Middle East. I mean, what kind of story, what's the China demand story looking like for you?
It's very interesting. I'm noticing quite different narratives for oil versus gas. On the gas side, LNG demand in China hasn't been particularly strong this year. Weather also has helped, it being sort of warmer than seasonal patterns. So China actually has had extra LNG that has been able to re-export to the market. So on the gas side, with regards to the crisis in the Middle East, it's been doing okay. They also had pretty decent storage levels heading into the crisis. On oil, a little bit different. We're definitely seeing significant levels of run cuts in China. They're accounting for a large share of what we're forecasting for the loss of runs. And oil product exports as well. That's a problem.
So about a week ago, I turned off my central heating, gas central heating. It's off.
We're lucky in Europe. We can do that now.
Precisely. But what about next winter? Like we need to fill the tanks over the summer. We need to fill the storage. How do we do that, and at what price?
So in that regards, there is sort of good news, which is governments, particularly in Asia, have been very responsive to the crisis in the Middle East, and they have been very quick to announce demand curtailment measures. So things like prioritizing residential over industry, taking measures to close businesses or like reduce working hours, et cetera, et cetera. So all of these things are working. And in that demand response means that the shortfall of gas supplies to Europe is not going to be as bad as it would have.
So Asia does the hard work, so Europe doesn't have to?
In a sense, yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Olivia, nice to see you. On that note,
yes.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
We're going to watch over the winter. Olivia Gallerati joining us from Energy Aspects. Let's talk more about what is happening in the shipping story. The head of the world's largest shipping companies, one of the largest shipping companies, telling Bloomberg it needs to scrutinise details of that Iran ceasefire before allowing its vessels to test the Straits of Hormuz. The president and CEO of Japan's Mitsu OSK says his priority is very much the security of his vessels.
Equity indices built on opinions? That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity Indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets.
It's very difficult times for everyone, not just for us. The situation literally changes every day. Yeah, so the temporary ceasefire said to be yesterday is a basically a good news for us, but it's temporary and for 2 weeks. So what we are doing is to verify the conditions that whether the ships can go through the straits. Yeah. So hopefully the vessels in the Gulf can move now, but then after 2 weeks, then we have to see what are the situations there. So we are still in a very much in between.
What are you hearing right now? Because I think a lot of the challenge has been understanding this ceasefire, especially given that Iran says that they still need to get permission from them in order to pass the Strait of Hormuz.
It's just within 24 hours. So we are really in the process to verify the situations. So it's a bit too early to tell, but I expect in coming days, then we see what it means to us, and then I expect the shipping lines can take actions.
What do you need to see in that ceasefire in order to feel comfortable to let your vessels pass by?
It's the high-level agreement we can see from all the reports. So how it is implemented in the water, that's something that we really need to understand. So, yeah.
We already heard, though, that you had a few vessels passing through the strait already, especially this week. Is that correct?
The couple of vessels have had a chance to go through, but that's an individual situation, and we can't really make any comments because we are setting the priority on the security of the each individual vessels. So in order to avoid any impacts to them. So that's how we describe the situation at the moment.
The president and CEO of Mitsui O.S.K. Line speaking to Bloomberg's Sherry-Ann in Tokyo. Coming up on the programme, we'll get you your stocks to watch ahead of the European Open. Airlines very much in focus as the industry grapples with a spike in jet fuel prices and crude rebounding on the shaky US-Iran ceasefire. We'll keep across all of that. This is Bloomberg.
From my vantage point today, I see the underlying fundamentals of the economy as really in a good place. The question is, what's going to happen with the war, how prices of oil and gas stay elevated, and what will be we call these, the knock-on effects be in terms of other goods and services. It's really too early to make any statements about that because we don't know how long the conflict will last.
That was San Francisco Fed President Mary Daly, of course, speaking there. Let's turn now to today's markets in 3 minutes on the opening trade with Paul Dobson, Bloomberg's executive editor for Asia Markets, who's with us now. And Paul, I guess I've seen various words being used to describe the ceasefire: wobbly, shaky, nervous. All of those in notes from analysts recently. And with that as the backdrop, markets are nervous about what comes next.
Yeah, markets are nervous. We had the huge rally in equities and the drop-off in crude oil prices, of course, yesterday. Now we sort of have come into more of a holding pattern, a little bit of nervousness. There was lots of confusing headlines over the past 24 hours about, which missiles are flying in which directions, what's got hit, what was agreed in terms of that ceasefire, what's involved, does it include Lebanon, and so on and so forth. So a lot of confusion in the market. What I think is absolutely critical and what people are keeping their eyes on are those tankers sitting in the Strait of Hormuz and whether they're going to start coming out anytime soon. In particular, we've got our eyes on a couple of Chinese ships which seem to be kind of at the front of the queue, not moving forwards at the moment, I don't think. But those, that's what the market is really laser focused on, to give that idea of whether there will be more of a release of energy and energy products into the market that would justify the lower crude oil prices.
Paul, even if it holds, even if the conflict is over, do we have our arms around yet, does the market have its arms around yet, the economic impact that we are going to see flowing out from this conflict?
Yeah, so it's really difficult to tell. We just heard from the Fed's Mary Daly, and she was talking about, the fog that the policymakers are dealing with here. Will the economy rebound right away? Hard to tell. You look at the numbers for Japanese consumer confidence, for example, that we had today, which showed the steepest drop since COVID. So, there's been a really fall off the cliff in terms of consumer. They are going to be paying higher prices at the pump for now, higher prices for airfares and stuff like that. I think what's critical, and we heard from the New Zealand Central Bank chief, Anna Brainen, talking about this on Bloomberg Television this morning. What I think is important is whether it's headline inflation, which they know is going to be elevated because of the energy prices, but if that feeds into core inflation as well, and if it, so there's secondary effects, then that's more troublesome for central banks. And if it hurts consumers' confidence and reduces spending as well, then likewise that will cause more longer-term damage.
Okay, and Paul, that takes us on to interest rate differentials and why the gains we saw during the war with for the US dollar might be called into question if we can hold on to this ceasefire. What are you hearing on the FX markets?
In a world of seismic change, will your business shape the future or be shaped by it? How will we capture the imagination of tomorrow's consumers? Overcome operational constraints to focus on future growth, and unlock economic and social prosperity through environmental responsibility. With EY Parthenon and EY's full spectrum of services, we're reimagining the enterprise to shape the future with confidence.
Yeah, so I think it's really interesting what our options strategist has been writing about today. Two currencies quite different to one another in terms of their performance during the war over the last month, both getting a lot of interest in people looking for options to buy to take advantage of price rises. For the Chinese yuan on the one hand, and for the Korean won on the other hand. The Korean won was under a lot of pressure and is now rebounding rapidly. That's a big energy importer, but people looking for gains there. And then on the other side, the Chinese yuan, which has already been performing strongly, people seeing an opportunity there for further gains as well.
Great stuff, Paul. Thank you very much indeed. Paul Dobson, Bloomberg's executive editor for Asia Markets, joining us on what we're seeing in terms of the wider picture. Let's get a bit more micro from the macro and figure out what is happening. The FTSE's called higher today. I'm assuming that takes us to oil prices and oil stocks. Bloomberg's Charlie Wells may be having more on that subject.
Good morning, Guy. That is a great point. We have to take a look at these European oil majors because of the changes that we're seeing this morning, because of that oil price ticking up on uncertainty coming out of the Strait of Hormuz. We saw yesterday energy was the only sector in the red in the Eurostock 600. We saw Shell, Total, BP, Repsol all down significantly. You want to think about the business mix of a lot of these companies as we start to see trading. BP, upstream exposure, so they have sensitivity, more sensitivity than some of these other companies to that energy price. But let's flip and take a look at some really great analysis coming about how the story really needs to be kind of in focus here. Every day remains an adventure, but $90 looks like a solid floor until we see fiction become fact, coming from Carl Larry at Enverus. Now, fiction becoming fact, really trying to parse through some of these narratives. Let's go to a different narrative. That's airlines, of course. Got to focus on that because of the read that they give us. Travel and leisure was the top performing sector yesterday in the Eurostock 600. But again, some of this energy story, does that start to take a hit to some of the stocks here that were so in the green yesterday, looking at Wizz, also looking at Lufthansa, especially because we have that news that they face a strike tomorrow of cabin crew at German airports. So does that bring some of the negativity to this space? Do we start to see some red? I want to end on banks. This is a really important sector. This is they give us a really interesting read and help us to start answering this important question is the market trading fundamentals or is it trading geopolitics? Because you see a lot of volatility over the past couple weeks in that crisis. But let's rewind, right? Let's go back to the beginning of the year. If you start there, of course, you see a lot of volatility for these major European banks, but you see a lot of them up on the year, right? So that's a fundamental issue. You see Deutsche Bank down, but they actually just got an upgrade from some analysts at Citi. So again, do we start to see the fundamentals kind of come into focus here as the market starts trading?
Charlie, thank you. Bloomberg's Charlie Wells. More from Charlie as we get these markets open then for this Thursday morning. I mean, interesting that what Charlie had there on the price floor for oil prices then, Guy. Yeah. He was quoting someone at Enverus saying, you know, maybe $90 is the floor. Maybe that's a more near-term floor. We were talking to Energy Aspects earlier on. They had 70 to 80. Maybe that's a more medium-term, if everything stays calm, kind of floor. But that's what we're looking for. It's the range in which oil is going to trade here.
Yeah, and that floor is much higher. It's interesting, the airlines yesterday, bouncing back, but jet is still massively up on where it was since the beginning of February. And O'Leary thinks that if the Strait's still closed by the end of April, you're going to see shortages. That's going to mean cancellations. That's going to mean an impact on the bottom line. If you take a look broadly at stocks this morning, though, stocks 50 still up on a 3-day basis by 3.74%. We've come up, we gapped higher. No way are we going to collapse that gap this morning. We're still up really quite strongly. We're just drifting sideways. We needed more information. We priced in the ceasefire, but we're now in a vacuum of information as to what happens next.
And with that, in that vacuum, maybe the FTSE can drift a little higher because of the weighting towards certain energy and mining stocks. We'll certainly watch that and any divergence across the European equity space. The market open is next. This is Bloomberg.
Equity indices built on opinions? That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity Indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets.
Yesterday's session was really interesting. So we've got a couple of minutes to go until we start Europe this morning, but I think it's worth reviewing what we learned yesterday. Big gap higher. This chart doesn't capture this. This is the S&P from yesterday. Europe closed there. Really choppy afternoon. Initially, you get a lot of buying coming through. You can see it in the volume figures really early on. Massive buying early on, which then fades into the afternoon. I heard also yesterday afternoon that some of the hedge funds were beginning to reload on some of the shorts as well. They're cautious about what comes next. The market feeling much more jittery at the end of the US session about the ceasefire story. That's reinforced overnight as Trump comes through and says that he's keeping all of his military kit in the region. Not sure what happens next. So that's kind of where we were yesterday. Choppy session after an initial big rally driven by big volume. So this morning, this is where we find ourselves. Euro Stoxx 50 down by 0.1%. FTSE's up a little bit. Oil stocks are going to drive that. DAX is down a little bit as well. We got a big gap yesterday. We're now in a sort of tight range as we look for more information out of try and figure out what happens next.
Yeah, look for more information and cross our fingers as we look for more information on the ceasefire and the way through the Strait of Hormuz. And crucially, what kind of capacity will we be able to expect through the Strait of Hormuz? That's got to be something that energy market investors are thinking about today. So we put energy stocks in our stocks to watch. That sector actually pared its losses yesterday to down by 2% by the end of the trading day. But certainly, how quickly can we get things out through the Strait is going to be a crucial question. Airlines in focus. Some of the airlines were up by 10% in yesterday's session. We're seeing energy prices ticking higher today. So does that have an impact, a negative impact perhaps? And UK home builders also watching that one. We've had some downbeat news surrounding the mortgage market in relation to geopolitics. So we'll watch that. Guy.
Okay, here we go. Time for the European session this Thursday morning. The Masters is going to be on a little bit later on, but before that, I think we've got probably a lot of thinking to do about what comes next. FTSE 100 is up a little bit this morning. We're expecting oil stocks to gather a little bit of momentum to the upside this morning. Oil has gone higher overnight. Elsewhere, you're going to probably see a little bit of weakness, but not by much. Zoom out, go to your Bloomberg terminal, look at the 3-day charts of all of these markets, just to get an idea of what is happening in the context. You've got this big gap that we get this time yesterday, and while we are softening up a little bit, we're not softening up much. We are holding our ground at this point in time. The market doesn't seem to know what to do next. As we wait and watch, we are skeptical. We don't know. But you don't do anything at this point, it seems. You just wait and maybe get more information and get a better picture of what is happening. So the IBEX is down a little bit, the CAC's down a little bit, Stock 600 is down a little bit, the FTSE's up a little bit. There's nothing really to see here because we don't know what is going on yet. The Strait of Hormuz is still closed. We've got talks coming up on Friday. The ceasefire, is it holding, is it not holding? We don't know. Seems a little quieter today than it was maybe yesterday afternoon. So a lot of information is still required by this market, maybe to take the next step to deliver the next move, Anna. I don't know. We're going to wait. We'll see how this session progresses. There's a lot of information to plug in.
Yeah, absolutely. Information to plug in, information gaps surrounding the status of the ceasefire. They often take some time to be enforced, of course, but we're continuing to monitor that, the role of Lebanon, the opening of the Strait of Hormuz, the extent to which that is essential to the ceasefire, watching that as well. In the moment, then, we do see some modest movements in these markets in reversal of what we saw yesterday, but they are only modest. They certainly don't unwind the moves of yesterday. So energy stocks are up today, up by 0.7% for the sector, so the likes of Equinor and some of the suppliers to the energy markets are going higher. Aker and Subsea, for example. We've got utilities also gaining a little this morning, up by 0.8%. So that's another sector that we are watching. Travel and leisure then, in another sign of a little bit of taking back some of the enthusiasm of yesterday. We do see some movement lower. Again, that could be just fairly mechanical based on the oil price. But TUI is down by 2.4%, EasyJet down by 1.7%. So yes, not a huge amount of new information, just a pairing of some of the trades of yesterday.
19 ex-dividend stocks.
Yes,
so just be aware of what you are looking at on your screens as you look maybe to the right-hand side. Things like Lloyds Banking Group, Haleon, Volvo, MAN, Vestas, Intercontinental, Reckitt, all going XD today. There is a long list. I'm sure you'll find it on the terminal and give you an idea of what is happening here, but that needs to just be factored in to everybody's thinking as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So we continue to watch that. Let's get another view on these markets then. Helen Jewell, International CIO for Fundamental Equities over at BlackRock, is with us to take stock of where we are. Helen, good morning. So today, very different to yesterday. Today, we sit here with half of the sectors on the Stock 600 going higher, half lower, a little bit of a reversal of yesterday, but as I say, not unwinding yesterday's big risk-on move. What are you thinking about events in the Middle East and the extent to which they are still in the driving seat for global investors?
Yeah, it's a really good question, Anna. And I think what we're really focused on is not trying to kind of guess the exact next steps from a geopolitical perspective, but actually thinking about how long is it going to take to normalise. And I think probably that's what is being a little bit underestimated by the market. Even if there was a full ramp-off today, these markets cannot normalise straight away. So what is the implications for that? And one of them is interest rates. We were expecting rate cuts through the year at the start of the year. I think that is completely off the table now. We're starting to see, you mentioned already house builders, for example, in the UK, and the implications of that. The second then is the implication potentially on consumer. The earnings season is about to start. I think it's going to be really interesting. We've not really seen any earnings changes from consumer companies just yet. It's going to be interesting to see how that progresses through this earnings season. But then the third is the real structural winners and the real focus on those companies that remain structurally well placed. They were well placed before the conflict, and actually, if anything, the conflict has really underwritten that. And that, again, is in those sustainable energy names, in the commodity names, and those names that were already a beneficiary from AI and now are a beneficiary because of energy security as well.
Yes, and we'll certainly get onto some of those themes around energy independence, because it's something we've talked to you about in the past, I know. But I also know that you've just come back from Asia, been speaking to many people on an Asia fact-finding mission. In terms of those winners then, what has that told you about where in the tech stack the winners lie, or where in the energy space the winners lie? What are you thinking?
And it is in both. It was a great trip over in Asia. And let's not forget, for the Asian indexes, if you look at Taiwan, if you look at Korea, yes, we saw some kind of quite large moves downwards, but actually still significant moves up on the year. And the reason being is that they have got the structural winners, and it is in both spaces. Don't forget that when it comes to memory chips, there is still a real squeeze in terms of the supply. And that is not changing anytime soon. Meeting companies over there may be kind of even more confident on the structural positioning that they have. But there's also incredibly strong turbine companies. Turbines are going to be so important, again, when it comes to the need for AI and energy for AI. But that has now been underwritten because so many countries, so many governments are going to think we need energy security and we need energy independence. So a real range of companies over in Asia, and a real positivity, actually, that I came back from the region feeling.
Enough to keep indexes up? Is this...
Equity indices built on opinions? That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity Indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets.
You've got a risk of kind of energy costs rising quite sharply, and that feeding through, and Asia's quite exposed to that. But you've also got this demand story on the other side. Balance those two things out for me.
Yeah, so I do think it's enough to keep indexes up. By double digits, probably not. Much more like single digits now.
Okay.
But the key thing is going to be in the earnings numbers. If you look at earnings forecasts at the moment for the year, they're still well into double digit, 15, 16, 17, 18%. So there's a lot of headroom for the earnings to come down a little bit. But at the moment, what you're seeing actually earnings stay pretty flat, because on the one side, you've got the energy and the materials earnings going up, and tech earnings. I mean, I think tech for the US is well into 40% earnings growth. But on the other side, what you're starting to see is things like airlines earnings expectations coming down. And again, I think this earnings season and where this earnings season lands and how much damage, and I think there will be damage to earnings growth expectations through this earnings season. How much that shifts down, that is going to be the key thing for the next few weeks.
What about Europe? What about the United States? Earnings expectations in the States are extraordinarily high.
They are, yes. I think for the US and to an extent for Europe as well, the key part that has not yet seen any shift in that earnings is in the consumer space. And I'm finding that hard to reconcile, particularly if you think about interest rate and interest rate sensitivity, and then on top of that, inflationary impact of what we've seen in the Middle East. I think it's that consumer space that is the one that we really, really need to watch. What we've seen, and we saw this yesterday, is you see the cyclical companies really uptick when you kind of see a risk-on day. And to me, that feels a little bit overconfident, and again, how much we will see a normalization. That is the area that probably worries me the most. The consumer names, and to an extent, some of those cyclical names that are not exposed to the structural themes that we've been talking about through the last 12 months of AI in particular. So that is the area I think we need to watch. And if we see a real softening there, that is when I will get nervous about exactly where the index might end the year.
OK, so we'll watch that. The theme of energy independence, which we've talked about before in the past with you, Helen. I was reading a write-up of an interview with Deutsche Bank recently by the Bloomberg News team that talked about China being the world's largest producer of clean tech.
Yes.
And that therefore China is set to gain from what we're seeing in the Middle East and a rush to improve energy independence and self-sufficiency. There's got to be room for Europe to do well in pockets as well, I'm sure. So how are you seeing the benefits of that being distributed between China and Europe?
Yeah, absolutely. And let's start with China, because China has basically for the last 6-7 years really reindustrialized itself, and it's got a real edge now, particularly for turbines and in the solar space, which I think is going to be a really key winner. Solar in particular will be a key winner. So where does that leave Europe? Well, what Europe continues to do very well is in the energy efficiency side of things. You do need energy efficiency in order to solve the problems that we've got. And there are very, very strong companies, particularly in the German industrial space, that really help solve for that. But you've got transformer companies, again, in Europe. You've got very strong grid companies, again, in Europe. So I always think about it, and I know we've talked about this a lot, in the three parts: the energy production, the energy efficiency, and getting the energy to where it needs to get to. And Europe in particular, I think energy efficiency and the grid infrastructure, that is where Europe does have a little bit of an edge. What, again, probably worries me on the flip side, of course, is that there are energy costs related to a lot of the production of that. And again, that's something that we do need to keep an eye on. So from a kind of focus perspective, yes, Europe is strong, but Asia, again, particularly having just come back from the region, that is probably the region that I do think has a real strong technical and industrial edge in that space.
Can I kind of slightly switch topics? How many questions are you getting at the moment about the risk that private credit poses into public markets, into things like financial institutions, banks, etc.?
Yeah, we are getting a lot of questions around that, particularly, as you say, on the bank space. And I think what we talk about in the areas is really the size of private credit, as well as the real kind of resilience that perhaps is misunderstood in that space. The size of private credit within the public banks is not that big of something that is really the driver. For the banks, and again, something that we still remain very positive on European banks, the key driver there is the capital that they have, the capital that they continue to return to shareholders, the rigor that they have on their balance sheets.
Yeah.
And that is what we remain very positive on. And the valuations, which still don't look actually stretched, even when they've had a particularly good 12 months.
Is that in Europe, Helen?
That is in Europe.
Yes.
Yeah, the US and Asia banks probably something we're a little bit more neutral about, but European banks is an area that we remain overweight.
So remaining overweight there, and sticking with European investment themes, you see pockets of value in defence, and that's an interesting one to get an updated view from you on, given all of the wars we see, the hot wars around the world, plenty of opportunity to test what defence is required and what isn't, and is Europe making the right combination of those things? And so what's your thinking around those European defence names that have rallied so far?
Yeah, so the defence names is an area that we continue to see as a structural winner. It's very difficult to really justify from a valuation perspective. But again, if we think about the implications of the Middle East, there's two things you've got. You've firstly got this, how long it will take to normalise. And again, I think that's what the market is underestimating, the level of inflation that is likely to come through, that the oil price will remain stickier for a lot longer, even if there was an off-ramp today. The second then is you've got the structural side, the one being the energy and the energy independence, and the second being the continued spend on defence. And that is the reason that we remain very positive on Europe. Now, in terms of the construct of Europe doesn't necessarily have as much from a land perspective as, again, some of the Asia players have. And maybe that is an area that we will start to see the Asia players do well. They've tend to kind of got more from a land perspective than an air perspective. But all in all, again, what are we thinking about here? Long-term structural winners in energy, long-term structural winners in defence, and governments that will want to do that as locally as they possibly can. And that's why we remain overweight, but cautiously overweight, not because of the structural win, but because of where the valuations are a little bit more difficult to justify in that space.
Some of them are quite high.
Exactly right.
Helen, nice to see you. Thanks for stopping by to
Thank
see
you.
us. Helen Jewell, International CIO for Fundamental Equities over at BlackRock. Look at the call 6 this morning. Let's look at some of those defence names, get an idea of what is happening broadly across the piece. Right, Mattel, down a touch this morning. You are seeing a little bit of caution in the market this morning, but you've got to kind of widen the lens a little bit. Look at the last few days just to get an idea of what is happening. Maybe a little bit of safety being sought in Nestle. Let's take a look at what is happening with the oil names and the energy names. Charlie's got details of those.
Good morning, guys. So we're seeing more green on this energy screen, a lot more green than we were seeing yesterday when these were all in the red, but up, seeming to be up on that oil price, heading in an upward direction as well. So again, kind of some of this uncertainty coming out of the Strait of Hormuz starting to play into a lot of these oil majors in Europe. Let's flip and take a look at a different story. That's airlines. Yesterday, airlines were performing so well. It was looking like such good news for a lot of these carriers, but they are down. We're again seeing IAG down, Lufthansa down, TUI and Ryanair. I think Lufthansa, interesting as well, down by some of the most here, down by well over 3%. They also faced that strike at German airports yesterday for cabin crew, so that could be adding to some of the negative sentiment here. But again, that oil price story really seeming to come front and center today. We know it takes a while for oil prices to spill into jet fuel, but of course, that front and center. Let's switch to a different narrative here. That's Rexel. They were up by some of the most in the Eurostock 600, up over 2%. And again, this is a French electrical parts company. There could be some positivity coming on potentially, still sifting through some of this narrative, but seeing that macro picture potentially looking better, the need for energy, that AI story. Let's not forget some of these real themes that we saw before the conflict. A lot of analysts yesterday talking about how we need to remember some of those stock stories that we were telling and talking about before the Iran conflict started. Let's flip, because we got an interesting JP Morgan note talking about a potential divergence in luxury. We know that when there is a lot of uncertainty, you see some of these hard luxury groups do better than some of these soft luxury groups. So Richemont, they've got a lot of that jewelry, those hard luxury items down, but not by as much as LVMH. You hear LVMH, you start to think about leather goods, right? They have been struggling recently, and we're seeing this. This could also be uncertainty, though, because when you see markets down, when you see uncertainty come back, that wealth effect can trickle in and start to hit some of these brands that, of course, the wealthy love.
Okay, thank you very much. Charlie Wells with the latest on luxury and everything else that's on the move this morning. Coming up, we'll talk about oil prices rebounding today after its biggest one-day drop in 6 years, with the Strait of Hormuz remaining closed. We will have more on the energy markets next. This is Bloomberg.
Equity indices built on opinions? That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts. Delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity Indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets.
Welcome back to the opening trade. 18 minutes into a session that looks pretty different to yesterday. Yesterday was all about the optimism of the ceasefire. Now we're watching for signs as to whether the ceasefire is really, truly holding. And in the meantime, heading a little lower on these broader equity markets. Oil prices heading higher, and that could be part of the reason, up by 2.8% on Brent, then Guy at 97.47. Meanwhile, European stocks head a little to the downside.
If you were looking for a mortgage, yesterday was probably a good day to maybe have another look, because interest rates came down pretty sharply as oil prices came down pretty sharply. Today they're ticking a little higher once again, and there's a lot of kind of indecision in the market about where we go next. I'm trying to kind of join a number of dots here, but the data certainly we've seen overnight paints a similar story. The number of Britons looking to buy a home nosediving in March after the mortgage market was rocked, of course, by that conflict in the Middle East. According to the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors, RICS, that's where the data came from, and you do wonder whether the situation is going to get any better anytime soon. For more, let's bring in Bloomberg Market Today blog editor Sam Unstead. What's happening?
Chaos, so over the course of March, certainly, with the mortgage market, you see a huge increase, in swap rates, driven by oil prices, by a complete step change in the way that the Bank of England curve is being priced. Products get pulled from the market, anything that's coming back onto the market, rates are going up. What happened yesterday, unlikely to feed in anytime soon. If anything, it just adds to the chaos, and, this is one of those stories, this is a huge geopolitical story, which is covering absolutely every news broadcast everywhere. When that happens and it also becomes a market story, markets all of a sudden become dinner table conversation. And if you're, in the process of potentially buying a house, or, if you're a first-time buyer in particular and you haven't gone through the process before, you're already doing something that's likely, the biggest purchase you're going to make in your lifetime, or certainly you will have done it up to that point. This adds all this extra confusion. Should we do it now? Should we wait? If you take, for example, somebody who's, moving from, say, a 2-bedroom flat to like a 3 or 4-bedroom house, your costs are already going up. If you're then looking at what might happen with the energy price cap, a whole extra bit of uncertainty and potential costs come in as well. So it's effectively kind of paralyzes what buyers may or may not do at kind of all ends of the market.
Yes, does this just make it more expensive, Sam, or does it affect the availability of the mortgages, or both? Is that what the lenders have been telling us?
Both, yeah. So particularly over the course of March, you had a huge number of products come off. Not quite as many as the mini budget in 2022. I think size and scopes will probably never get to that level again, but still a very significant number of products coming off the market. Because lenders, to be honest, like the rest of us, don't really know what's going to happen over the course of the next few months.
And they pull them if they don't know how to price them, I guess.
Exactly, yeah. And then anything that is coming back on is coming on at a slightly higher price. So if you start to get a little bit of stability, in terms of the Bank of England curve, in terms of some kind of sense that the outlook is starting to calm down a little bit, maybe you start to see a bit of competition amongst mortgage lenders who feel a bit more comfortable about going back into offering deals again. But right now, availability not very good, and the cost is going up.
So what is Rick saying about what happens next?
Not much.
Okay, so this continues?
Because like basically every corner of the market at the moment, the question remains, how long does this go on for? How long do energy prices stay at this level? Where does the central bank rates curves settle?
On the energy, if you apply for a mortgage, they look at all your costs. They look at kind of what is going on. Does the fact that we don't know what energy prices are going to do mean that it's much harder to clear that hurdle in terms of understanding what affordability looks like?
Yeah, I think it has that effect not only for for lenders, who are trying to decide where our interest rate's going to be over the course of the next year. It has that effect for buyers as well, because as I was mentioning, their costs are going to go up too. So all of a sudden, your calculations as to where you could move, how much it's going to cost you to do it, all get kind of thrown up into the air.
Sam, thank you so much. Thanks for bringing us up to date. Markets Today blog editor Sam Unstead with the latest on the UK housing market story. The source of some of that anxiety, of course, within the mortgage market is what's been happening with energy prices. So let's talk about that once again. Oil recouping a little of yesterday's losses after its biggest one-day drop in 6 years. That's as the Strait of Hormuz remains largely blocked and Israeli attacks on Lebanon threaten to derail the fragile ceasefire in the Middle East. Let's bring in Bloomberg's oil and shipping reporter Waylon Sun, who is in Singapore, for us. And let's start with the fragility of the ceasefire then, Waylon. I mean, what kind of signs are we getting as to whether this ceasefire is holding? Because it seems, as we don't have clarity, oil prices just drift slightly higher.
Equity indices built on opinions? That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity Indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets.
Right. And that's true, right? What we have heard are just top headline news saying that there is a ceasefire, but the shape of how that looks like still remains to be seen. We still hear of attacks Israel, Lebanon, and also yesterday Iran said that one of the refineries was on fire. So things still look pretty shaky, but I mean, it's been a day. Let's see how things develop from here. But what we know in the Strait of Hormuz that has been a big focus of this hostilities and conflict is that things still remain pretty much locked in a state of lockdown, right? Ship owners are still saying that they don't see any improvements in traffic, and we still don't have any further clarity on how easy it is to move through the strait. Instead, what we have is Iran really tightening its grip over Hormuz, even after the ceasefire. So all in all, the ceasefire still looks pretty fragile.
Okay, so the ceasefire is fragile. So what are ships doing? I was reading a report earlier suggesting that some Chinese vessels were attempting maybe to navigate the strait, that they were obviously sort of beaming via their transponders the fact that they were Chinese vessels. What do we know about those kinds of vessels and what they're doing?
So what we have are two large, very large crude carriers, the largest of their own kind, and they're carrying Iraqi and Saudi crude. They have been in the Persian Gulf since the war started, and only now are we seeing them moving from the middle of the Gulf toward nearer to the exit, or rather where Strait of Hormuz is. And this, I think, shows a sign of a lowered perceived level of risk. It's what the perception that the company is having, and this coming from a state-owned, a state-backed Chinese company, which is called COSCO. It's known to be very prudent and conservative. So for them to make that move nearer to Strait of Hormuz, perhaps shows their willingness to find a chance to exit Hormuz at the earliest sign possible. And this, of course, comes back to what we saw yesterday with the ceasefire, that they think that it might be reopening soon, anytime soon. But for now, things still look pretty much the same for everyone in the Gulf.
And Waylon, sticking with the shipping theme, we understand that during peacetime, 135 vessels, I think, would pass through the Strait of Hormuz. What kind of expectations should we have if we manage to hold on to a ceasefire and reopen the strait, given that there could be mines there, the Iranians want to control the flow? What kind of expectations do we have about how much of a rebound in traffic we can expect to see?
Right. I think it all boils down to how much Iran wants to let ships through. Because yesterday, after the ceasefire, Bloomberg News, we obtained a recording from a ship nearby that said that Tehran still said that the strait was pretty much in lockdown mode. And then we have Iran coming out with alternative routes to exit Hormuz. This was all after the ceasefire, and they insinuated that there might be mines in the strait. So what they're trying to do is still trying to control the traffic that goes through, and that implicitly means that Tehran has control over who's going through.
Okay. We're going to leave it there. Bloomberg Oil and Shipping reporter Will and Soon, thank you very much indeed. Coming up, we're going to continue the conversation on that shipping story. We're going to be joined by the Secretary General of the International Maritime Organization, potentially playing a pivotal role around this whole story to get an understanding of what could come next. At the moment, equity prices are pretty much holding in there. Oil prices are a little bit higher. More to come. This is Bloomberg.
This is the opening trade 30 minutes into Thursday's session, and it looks pretty different to yesterday. Yesterday, we were gripped by the positivity of, in the moment, pricing in what it means to have a ceasefire in the Middle East. Now, we're not quite sure about all of the details, or still not sure about all of the details about that ceasefire. And as a result, with things looking a little shaky, the market's drifting a little lower. Oil prices are higher as well. So that takes its toll on the Xetra DAX, but lifts the FTSE relative to the others just a little bit. Only a few sectors in positive territory, Guy. Most sectors are in negative territory now as we get a bit closer to the US session, which is seen opening a little bit weaker. It seems as if we're drifting downwards.
Yeah, take a look at the internals. That kind of tells that story as well. Higher 208, lower 377. So you've got a kind of 2-to-1 ratio in terms of the downside. There's lots of ex-dividend in the market today. Volume's certainly a lot lower than it was yesterday. This time we saw a huge volume spike, certainly early on, and that fed through quickly into the markets, driving them higher. A lot of people delivering a lot of activity. You do wonder today, how hard would it be to get equities to go lower from here? How symmetrical is it to get equities higher and lower? Kind of how much pressure would it take on either side to get these markets moving in one direction or the other? Because at the moment, we're kind of standing still. BP, Shell, Glencore, the material story moving to the upside today, unsurprisingly after the big moves we saw to the downside, plus oil is higher. Just flipping the switch the other way, SAP, LVMH, Siemens, these are the kind of stocks that did well yesterday. Today, they are reversing some of those gains. So these are big heavyweight stocks around Europe that are moving to the downside. But we do seem to be in a fairly static situation. But would it be easier to get stocks higher from here than lower from here? How big an impulse would it take to get the market to move in either direction? I think is an open question at the moment. And we're going to watch very carefully as the session develops, as Anna says, as we move towards that US session and it's opening a little bit earlier. Anna, what else do we need to know?
Yeah, let's get an update on some of the other stories in focus for us this morning. Minutes from the Fed's meeting last month reveal a growing number of policymakers worried the Iran war could further stoke inflation and might ultimately warrant raising rates. Officials who expressed more worry about inflation urged their colleagues to consider adding language to their post-meeting statements that raise the scenario of hiking rates under certain conditions. Meta shares surged about 6% after it unveiled its first artificial intelligence model since CEO Mark Zuckerberg embarked on a multi-billion-dollar overhaul of the company's AI organization. Known as MuseSpark, the model was created by Meta Superintelligence Labs, the new team of expensive AI researchers. And Vice President J.D. Vance will lead a U.S. delegation to Islamabad this weekend for direct talks with Iran. This comes as Iran says several terms of the ceasefire with the United States have already been violated. President Trump, meanwhile, says American forces will remain in the Middle East, vowing to ramp up attacks if a deal is not reached. Let's bring in Bloomberg Horizons anchor Jumana Basechi, who has a detailed update for us of what's been taking place in the region in the past 24 hours. Jumana, where are we then on the ceasefire?
Well, the ceasefire is holding, but it's tenuous, but perhaps less so than it was about 12 hours ago. Throughout the course of the day yesterday, ongoing attacks reported amongst Gulf states. Over here in the UAE, many projectiles intercepted throughout the course of the day. A drone attack on that east-west pipeline in Saudi Arabia in the afternoon. And then Iran also reporting a drone attack on one of the refineries in the early hours of the morning. So clearly, there was a lot of activity yesterday. Overnight, though, things have seemed to have calmed down. But I will say that the biggest front that has opened up over the course of the day or so has been the Lebanon front, with Israel really intensifying their operations there. The IDF saying that, yesterday was the biggest, the widest scale number of attacks that they have launched at Lebanon since the beginning of this war, hitting over 100 targets in 10 minutes and resulting in the deaths of more than 200 people. So really shocking footage, as you can see on TV, with some of these very heavily populated residential areas being hit. It has prompted a lot of comments from the international community, not least the French President Emmanuel Macron, who is saying that Lebanon needs to be part of the broader ceasefire deal. But heading into the next couple of days, I think there is positive momentum in that both Iran and the US have stated that they are going to be attending this in-person meeting in Islamabad in the next few days. And the US have confirmed that the delegation will be led by J.D. Vance and, of course, Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, who were instrumental in those nuclear discussions even before the war kicked off. But J.D. Vance's arrival is a new voice and potentially means that they're bringing in fresh blood to give this negotiations, at least from the U.S. angle, a different perspective. But objectively speaking, though, the two sides are still very far apart in terms of what they're asking for.
Absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see whether we make progress Friday and how do you position for that going into the weekend if you're in these markets. Jumana, thank you very much indeed. Jumana Pasechi joining us out of Dubai with the latest. So what we know at the moment is that the Strait of Hormuz does largely remain blocked. Ship owners are trying to understand if they can safely transit this vital waterway following what has been a very fragile ceasefire between the US and Iran. Just 3 ships were observed leaving the region yesterday. We're joined now by Arsenio Dominguez, Secretary General of the International Maritime Organization. Good morning. Thank you for your time. What needs to happen to get traffic moving through the Straits of Hormuz? What is an appropriate mechanism? What does it look like? What are owners looking for? What are crews looking for?
Thank you. Right now, what we're working on is actually to resume the use of the mechanism for the transits of the ships in and out on the region using the Strait of Hormuz. So at the International Maritime Organization, we already drew up a plan for the ships to start exiting the region. What we will not accept is any similar or pseudo mechanisms introduced that is not being approved by the International Maritime Organization. And that's what we're working right now on what are the details that keep coming out, particularly from Iran, in relation to a different mechanism for the ship to transit.
So what would be an appropriate mechanism? Would that include potentially some sort of a tariff?
No, this is an international waterway. And since 1968, the International Maritime Organization, together with the Islamic Republic of Iran and the Sultanate of Oman, had established already a mechanism from the ships to sail through the Strait of Hormuz. This is an international waterway. There is no international agreement where tolls can be introduced here, and that's the direct conversations that I'm having with the representatives of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Arsenio, good morning. There is no precedent for this in this particular case, on this particular strait, but there are charges for using certain restricted waterways in other parts of the world. Are you open to the idea that this might just change? Iran, Oman, the United States might decide that this changes?
We cannot compare like for like, and there has been already reports in relation to what happens in the Suez Canal and the Panama Canal. Those are internal waters and territorial waters of those countries. In accordance to the international law, it's very well established, the Strait of Hormuz, it's actually an international waterway, and this is why we have established this mechanism. We will not move forward towards changing a practice that have actually been in place for centuries and has guaranteed the safety of shipping as well as the seafarers.
Okay, I mean, there are other people pointing to other geographies and saying, you know, maybe you call it something else, you call it pilotage, but there are examples of that being used in other waterways. Is that the direction we could end up going in? I mean, I guess I'm not getting at, do you have to accept that maybe the rules have changed, Arsenio?
No, that's not an approach that I will be taking here at IMO. We're very clear in upholding the freedom of navigation and international law. And every single country at IMO has come over and have reiterated that principle needs to remain. So what we need to go back is to the way that we were operating before the conflict. The first steps have been taken, which is the ceasefire. Once a permanent ceasefire is in place, it will be shipping will be allowed to actually continue, but we will not be discussing alternative mechanisms to what has been working already for decades.
Do you think it's the IMO's role to sort this out?
It's not just the IMO, but we are partially included in this. This is a broader community. This starts with the United Nations in New York as well, when we work into the peace aspects. We here looked into the safety, security of shipping and the seafarers, and that includes maintaining the appropriate mechanisms for shipping to operate globally in a way that is still going to provide the essential goods for everyone here.
So we've talked a lot about the cost of this, and that's what I think you're referencing when you talk about alternative mechanisms. What about the safety? Are you assured, Arsenio, that there are no mines or that ships can be kept away from mines?
We haven't received as yet official confirmations that the area is actually polluted with mines. But there's already a group of countries that have been working, and the UK has led one of those conversations, into the necessary actions that need to be taken in relation to verifying that it's not mined, and if necessary, to clean the waterway in order to go back for the ships to transit as they should.
Okay, so you need more information by the sounds of things in terms of understanding what is actually happening in and around that waterway. Who are you talking to in Iran? What information are you getting from Iran? And how clear and understandable is the information that you're getting?
So yes, we need more data because it keeps fluctuating. It's a region right now where, apart from misinformation, it also takes some time to verify what is actually reported. Here, my first point of contact, of course, is the diplomatic mission of Iran to the United Kingdom, and through them, through the maritime authorities in Iran. But also the fact that we are now engaged as well with the broader international community, and diplomacy is the way forward. We're also meeting with foreign affairs ministers in order to bring that message onto the table to the relevant entities, in order for them to also keep these conversations flowing with the counterparts in Iran and all the countries in the region.
Arsenio, how far away from sending larger numbers of ships through the Straits are we? And at what capacity should we assume? I understood that this strait was very busy before the war, of course, more than 100 vessels passing daily. What's your expectation of how quickly we can return to those levels? From what you've said, you still need more information, yes, around security and around the cost.
On a normal day, it's around 130 vessels that would transit through the Strait of Hormuz. And once this de-escalates and it's safe to go through, we can go back to those levels. However, the main point here is that we cannot risk the safety of the innocent seafarers. Those lives need to be protected. And once we have the full cooperation and the full agreement from the countries in the region, including the Islamic Republic of Iran, that there will be no threats to shipping, we can immediately roll back to the mechanism that we have had in place for decades, and for ships to go back to sail on the numbers that we were used to.
Arsenio, I listened to what you've had to say during this conversation, coming back to the point that Anna was making at the beginning. You don't see a scenario where things have changed. You don't see a scenario where we are in a new paradigm in terms of the way that this waterway operates. Is that what you're hearing from your members? Because it sounds like they're trying to understand how the situation has changed, and they're asking questions about kind of how a tariff would work. They seem to be dealing with the reality of the situation that they may potentially face, or at least looking at the scenarios they may face. Is there not a conversation at the moment within your organisation about what that could look like? Is it just, we will go back to the original setup? There's no kind of scenario B in terms of the planning that you're making at the IMO about what could come next?
The plan that we're making at IMO and that we're working on, it's based on international law, that it's in place. And this is why we're not looking at scenario B into introducing tolls that have not been internationally agreed. This is a dangerous precedent, and that's why it's important that when countries come over and they all uphold the freedom of navigation, and is one of the main statements that is made, This is the way that we will continue to work forward. We have already outlined the operational ways that these transits can continue to go back to normal. What we cannot have is this different or parallel approach when another country introduces a different mechanism that is not in line with the international practice, and we don't even know if it guarantees the safety of the ships.
Arsenio, thank you very much. Arsenio Dominguez, Secretary General of the International Maritime Organization, just setting out there the task that's still ahead, I think, really, in trying to get all the various parties on the same page about how this is administered. We should also touch on some news we're just getting out of Italy, Guy. We've just been hearing over the last half hour, really, these headlines coming through. Giorgia Meloni talking about her government, saying it will last for 5 years, calling on the US and the EU to work together to strengthen NATO, defending Italy's approach when it comes to giving the US access to its base in Italy, and importantly raising this issue around deficit spending, which perhaps gets the attention of the BTP markets just a little bit.
Once again, maybe governments are trying to step in to protect consumers from rising energy costs, but the margin and the ability for governments to do that in Europe just feels like it's getting smaller and smaller and smaller. Can you have a repeat of what happened at the beginning of the Ukrainian conflict with bond markets in the kind of febrile state that they're in right now? It feels increasingly less likely that they're going to have the space to do that.
Yeah, and BTP yields just up 6.5 basis points this morning, a little bit more than we're seeing across the rest of Europe. Not a huge amount, but a little more.
It also goes back to the fact that we're going to have to spend more on defence. And again, she's referencing maybe what is happening there too. Coming up, polls indicate that after 16 years, Hungarian voters may have lost faith in their populist premier. We're going to look at how Viktor Orban is fighting for his political life. That conversation next. This is Bloomberg.
The result of the American presidential election created a new reality. In Europe, everyone must adapt their own destiny and their own policies to this.
I also want to send my best wishes to Prime Minister Viktor Orban, who I am endorsing.
And it's important to understand how important the relations between leaders are to the relations between countries.
He's a fantastic guy, and it's such an honor to endorse him. I endorsed him last time he won, and he did a fantastic job.
I've seen a guy who has ferociously advocated for the interests of Hungary. I'm here to help him in this campaign cycle.
We want this economy to prosper. We want this country to do well. It's in our national interest, especially as long as you're the Prime Minister and the leader of this country.
Mr. President, you are on with about 5,000 Hungarian patriots, and I think they love you even more than they love Viktor Orban.
Well, I can't believe that. I can't believe that, because I love Hungary and I love that Viktor.
US official voices pulling out all the stops there to express their support for Hungary's Prime Minister Viktor Orban ahead of the country's election. That takes place this weekend, campaigning getting into a higher gear then over the next couple of days. US Vice President J.D. Vance was just the latest in a series of leaders, many from the far right, visiting the country in a bid to give Orban a boost. Polls indicate that after 16 years, Hungarian voters may have lost faith in their populist premier. For more, let's go to Bloomberg's Chief Europe correspondent, Oliver Crook. Ollie, good morning. So why does Hungary's election matter so much to America? Let's start there.
Yeah, there are a lot of reasons, Anna, that's the case. I mean, one of them and the most obvious is that it's one of the regimes within Europe that is the most aligned with the sort of values of MAGA, anti-immigration, sort of return to conservative sort of Christian values, and really on the same side of the sort of culture war. You know, for J.D. Vance, who was there yesterday, you know, it was an opportunity to take some very explicit shots at the bureaucrats in Brussels, which he mentioned 5 or 6 times in his first speech. But really what this is about, I think, on a fundamental level, is a very close personal relationship between Viktor Orban, the President of the United States, Donald Trump. You know, Viktor Orban would go visit Mar-a-Lago in the campaign. He endorsed President Trump, and really their sort of destinies of these two political movements are seen in some ways of sort of going hand in hand and really wanting to gain more momentum, not just in Hungary, but across the right in Europe. There's a real question about how much impact these visits have, how much impact particularly the visit of J.D. Vance has. The people I speak to say most people in Hungary don't really know who J.D. Vance is, but probably gasses up the sort of base that's already going to vote for Orban. But there's also a broader question question about the MAGA movement and Donald Trump vis-a-vis the right in Europe. You know, with what we've seen so far this year, we talk about Greenland, the Greenland moment, we talk about the war in Iran. There's basically no support for those two initiatives anywhere in Europe, including the far right. So it's not clear that the value of a Trump endorsement is what it was about 12 months ago.
Orban's been in power for a long time. What do we look at next? What are the consequences of ending that period? What does it mean for Hungary? What does it mean for him?
Every expert that I've spoken to, Guy, really has a great deal of difficulty kind of answering that question. I mean, the vote is going to happen on Sunday. There are a ton of questions about, you know, any kind of election interference that could happen. If this is in any way close in a number of the different districts, you could have the Constitutional Court and the Supreme Court both stacked with Orban allies that could contest these things, that could send these sort of cases back from court to court. That being said, you know, you can skew things on a couple of percentage points, but as you can see on the screen there, we're talking about almost a 10-point spread between Peter Magyar and Viktor Orban, the sort of opponent there ahead of Viktor Orban, who's trying to go for his 4th consecutive term. You know, he's been in power for 16 years. That is difficult to sort of maintain enthusiasm and momentum through any tenure. And I should just want to say the poll that we got yesterday that was reported by local media, saying that the opposition could actually get between 138 and 143 seats of the 199. Guy, that would mean not just a majority, that would mean a 2/3 majority, which is what Orban has right now, where you could legislate basically anything you want, even changes to the Constitution.
It's going to be an interesting weekend. Chief Europe correspondent Oliver Crook, thank you very much indeed. Let's turn our attention back to what is happening with the markets. Massive day yesterday, risk gone, equities really pricing in a lot of good news. Today, we're in a holding pattern, waiting to see what happens next. So, how do we feel this morning? Let's try and answer that question. Bloomberg, M-Life, Scarlett Montgomery-Koenig joining us around the table.
I mean, I think the overall feeling is pessimism today, certainly. I don't think you can get any more positive headlines that make you have as big a rally as we saw yesterday, given that we're not actually having talks start until the weekend. So it's looking more pessimistic, especially because of the moves that we've already seen. So I looked at bonds, equities, and FX this morning in terms of how much of the pessimism related to the war had already been priced out. And some markets, like European EM equities, are back to levels that they were at prior to the conflict. Yeah. So essentially no economic damage priced whatsoever. And that means the risk is definitely to the downside.
And what about the extent to which markets are still pricing hikes in Europe and elsewhere, Skylar? I mean, does it make sense to you, the extent to which those hikes are still being priced in? And do you think if we see more evidence that the ceasefire holds, then some of those hikes will slowly be priced out?
I mean, I think it depends on to the extent that energy prices stay elevated in terms of what's that inflation shock. I do think it makes sense also that you have kind of more pessimism priced into bonds than you do in equities, because in bonds we know we're not returning entirely to the biases that we had from central banks prior to the war. I don't think the expectation is at all that the Fed will cut this year, especially given the starting point for core PCE is 3%, which we'll get later today. And then at the same time, we know in fixed income, too, that you should have a higher floor on term premium. And this shock was a very cognizant reminder of that. So I think, yes, you know, bonds look a little bit more optimistic than what oil prices do, but that pessimism relative to equities is likely to continue.
Let's come back to the sort of pessimism-optimism theme. How much negative news would it take, though, to get equities lower from here? Like, how big a shock do we need to see, either on the downside or the upside, to move us from where we are now?
I think it's the timing factor of, I don't think we're going to get that much in the next 2 days, right? So it's, you know, what happens with those negotiations, and do we have that 2-week ceasefire window? What happens at the end of that? So we've kind of just pushed out a deadline. I also think it matters the flow through the Strait of Hormuz. So we know ships are going through now. That was what really the market held on to on the ceasefire, was that was the positive, because it meant that energy prices could come down. So if we just get continued no flow, that's negative in itself and can kind of chip away at the market. So whether it's kind of this grind lower because we're not getting more positive headlines or an opening, or we get something big like we're back to massive bombings, not just within Lebanon, but larger scale.
It didn't sound to me like things changed very quickly when it comes to the Strait from our conversation with the International Maritime Organization, because they are saying they don't want to pay a toll, and they, as yet, don't have the reassurances that they need that there are no mines. So,
and there's no plan B.
Right, so all of that seems to yet to be established before you can actually start sending ships through in any great number.
Absolutely. Good news is there's the Masters on for the next couple of days, so we can watch a bit of golf. I'm joking, but it does seem as if we're going to be in an information vacuum for the next couple of days until the talks. So what are you doing to the weekend? I know you've got...
I think
just sit tight?
Yeah, I guess the bias has always been to take risk off into the weekend because you don't know what's going to happen, and especially this weekend, we know there's going to be headlines.
Okay, I'm on the pulse next. That wraps this show up. This is Bloomberg.
Live from Dubai today, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Jumana Bersachi with your top stories. Stocks stumble and oil rebounds as Iran says several terms of its ceasefire with the U.S. have been breached. Vance, Witkoff, Kushner. The U.S. Vice President leads a delegation to Islamabad for direct talks with Iran. This despite continued fighting in the Middle East, including Israeli strikes across Lebanon that risk derailing the ceasefire. Plus, rate hike risk. Fed minutes show a growing number of officials worried that the Iran war could stoke U.S. inflation. Let's take a look at how global markets are reacting today. A bit of a change in sentiment over the last 24 hours. Some cautiousness about the state of the truce over here in the region, in the Middle East, and whether it's actually going to hold up. The handover from Asia Pacific today, slightly negative, down 0.9%. So in contrast to the moves that we had yesterday, very strong price action out of Wall Street at the close, with S&P ending up more than 2% higher today, tilting towards the red as well, down 0.2%. And then as we head into the European Open, European markets also slipping a little bit, down about 15 basis points. Switching over, let's take a look at as well the key energy complex and the key energy indicator, oil. Brent this morning up 2.7%. And here, paying close attention to the fact that the Strait of Hormuz is still effectively closed. Not many ships have been going through over the last 24 hours. So that is still putting upward pressure on the price of crude this morning. Gold trading flat at around 4,700. So not doing a lot as a safe haven. But the USD gaining a bit of ground, up about 6 basis points. That's the Bloomberg US dollars. So bucking some of the weakness that we had in yesterday's trade on back of positive risk sentiment. Now, up ahead today, this is what you're going to watch out for. 8:30 in the morning, we've got the Bank of England Governor Andrew Bailey. He'll be speaking at a parliamentary committee later today, so watch out for that. Any key headlines that come through, especially as it pertains to some of the inflation risks that could arise from the war in Iran. And then later on in the day, 1:30 p.m. UK time, we have a core PCE. Again, speaking of inflation, let's see whether we start seeing more inflationary impulses come through in the U.S. A key indicator there and one that the Fed watches closely. And as ever, the weekly jobless claims too, to keep an eye out on the general trend with some of these more robust labor data that is coming through from the U.S. So jobless claims at 1:30 p.m. UK time. Well, our top story from overnight, U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance will lead a U.S. delegation to Islamabad this weekend for direct talks with Iran. President Trump, meanwhile, says U.S. forces will remain in the Middle East and vowing to ramp up attacks if a deal is not reached. This comes as Tehran says several terms of its ceasefire with the United States have been violated.
No ceasefire ever goes without a little bit of choppiness. What we have been very clear about is that we want to stop the bombing. We want our allies to stop the bombing, and we want the Iranians to do the same thing. We're seeing evidence that things are going in the right direction, but it's going to take a little time.
Let's bring in Stuart Livingstone-Wallace, Bloomberg's executive editor for Middle East, North Africa, and Russia. Stuart, what is the status of the ceasefire, and how are things looking as we head into potential in-person discussions in Islamabad this weekend?
Yeah, good morning, Jumana. So the ceasefire, I mean, it's hard to say it's holding because, you know, as has been pointed out, there were an awful lot of attacks yesterday, notably in Kuwait. There was at least one in Saudi Arabia, but I'm sure elsewhere as well. And of course, the fighting continues in Lebanon. However, it is also true to say that the Vice President is quite correct in saying that History has shown that ceasefires do take some time to kick in fully. You saw that with Gaza, you've seen that with Lebanon, you saw that with the 12-day war with Iran last year. And it is fair to say that overall there seems to be less fighting than prior to when the ceasefire was announced. The second problem is that the Pakistan Prime Minister said that the ceasefire was effective immediately. However, Trump said that it was going to be dependent on Hormuz reopening, and we haven't seen that yet. And similarly, the Iranians have sort of endorsed the ceasefire such as it is, even though they've pointed out what they claim to be violations. But the timing around it is somewhat weird. So as we go into these talks that are supposed to start in Islamabad on Saturday morning, that is one of the key contentions. But there's a very, very long list of things that they're going to need to try and sort out. Primarily, it's going to be what exactly are the main points that they're negotiating around, particularly the nuclear file, Iran's access and production of ballistic missiles, drones and so on, control over Hormuz, the fate and future destination of the existing enriched uranium. It's a very, very long list.
Yeah, there is a long list. Let's go back to the Strait, the fate of the Strait, so to speak. What is the status right now, Stuart? And have we seen a higher number of vessels manage to get through the Strait in the last 24 hours?
I mean, the short answer is no, we haven't. I think it's been the same sort of trickle that we've seen over the last several weeks. However, there are some important developments, and that is that a lot of the ships, and we think there are probably something like 800 stuck inside the Persian Gulf, but a number of those have now sort of started to make their way to the mouth of Hormuz, and they've been going at full speed from their sort of anchorage positions further up the Gulf. Now, whether that indicates that we're going to get a sudden rush of shipping going through, really hard to tell, but there's certainly an anticipation there by at least some ship owners that the possibility is there in a way that it wasn't perhaps 48 hours ago. The other point to remember is that the Iranians and the Omanis have been working on some sort of mechanism for getting through and a toll system. And this morning, the Iranians published a map of what they say were going to be the 2 approved passageways through there, with some ominous warnings about what would happen to any ships, or the potential danger to any ships that are going routes further south. Now, they haven't said it explicitly, but clearly there is a concern there about sea mines, or the potential existence of sea mines and the damage that those could do. So it'll be interesting to see, I think, over the next day or two, quite what the traffic looks like through there. Again, key for the global economy, key for global trade and energy prices in particular.
And key for the ceasefire as well. That was one of the principles of President Trump agreeing to the ceasefire in the first place, the full reopening of the Strait. Stuart Livingston-Wallace, Bloomberg's executive editor for Middle East, North Africa and Russia. Thank you. Well, the Israeli military says it has carried out its largest operation against Hezbollah since the start of the Iran war. The IDF targeting more than 100 of the militia's command centers and military sites in Lebanon in just 10 minutes. Bloomberg's Dan Williams joins us now from Jerusalem. So this escalation in Lebanon and Beirut, throwing the temporary truce between Iran and U.S. into jeopardy. What can you tell us about the recent assault and Tehran's response?
Jemana, as you noted, the Israelis are calling this a major set of airstrikes. In fact, perhaps the most intense of this war. They've likened it to the 2024 beeper operation, pager operation, when thousands of Hezbollah operatives had their beepers sabotaged and explode on their persons. That suggests possibly that there was some high-tech surveillance involved in what the Israelis say was now an operation again to target hundreds of Hezbollah operatives. Nonetheless, those strikes took place in parts in residential areas. They will have shaken up many Lebanese not directly involved in this fight, Lebanese who might have hoped that that ceasefire would have brought them respite as well. However, it's worth remembering that for weeks now, the Israelis, while waging this parallel linked front in Lebanon against Hezbollah, while waging the war in Iran alongside the United States, have said that Lebanon, the campaign in Lebanon, would be pursued independent of whatever developments transpire in Iran. Why is that? Because Iran is 1,000 miles to the east of Israel. The threats, while very real, while overarching in the eyes of Israelis, are not as immediate or proximate as Lebanon, as Hezbollah, which in years past has quite literally been within touching distance across that border fence between Israel and Lebanon. So the Israelis want material, physical gains in this war that they feel they haven't achieved yet, driving back Hezbollah, defanging its arsenal as much as possible, and I think also aspirationally reducing its strength to the point where the Lebanese government might be able to impose its authority over Hezbollah internally and organically. The question is whether strikes like this, especially around Beirut, especially around neighborhoods not clearly affiliated with this Iran-linked armed group, if they don't risk actually alienating some of that latent support, such as it is within Lebanon, for a disarming of Hezbollah and perhaps for an eventual peace deal with Israel after decades of being technically in a state of war.
Bloomberg's Dan Williams, thank you for the latest. Well, oil is climbing today, weighing on wider sentiment. Let's get more on the price action now with Winnie Su in Taipei. So lots of red on the screen this morning. Winnie, walk us through the price action.
Yeah, morning, Jomana. As you mentioned, that initial optimism we saw yesterday faded pretty quickly in Asia today, and that is really being driven by these uncertainties around the ceasefire. Now, you've got oil actually creeping back up after that big plunge yesterday, and that is adding to that. It really is also something to highlight that the oil volatility remains elevated, and it shows you how investors remain very nervous about the fact that the Strait of Hormuz pretty much remains shut right now, and also the ceasefire might not actually last. Now you flip the board and see how that's affecting overall Asian stocks today. We're looking at MSCI Asia here down about 1% after a 4-day rally, and it actually jumped about 5% yesterday, its best day since a year ago or so. And leading losses today, we're looking at Kospi, and also that's dragged down by technology shares. Within tech, we're also seeing a bit of a weakness when it comes to the software names because of these AI model launches from Meta and also Anthropic. Now you flip the board and also look cross asset, because with these rebound in the US dollar, also adding some pressure to the Asian currencies, including the Korean won, also ahead of the Bank of Korea's decision meeting tomorrow. For now, we're expecting overall a hold, but the inflationary outlook is really the key focus, and those concerns continue to weigh on regional bonds. We're seeing yields overall rising across the curve, despite the JGB 5-year bond auction actually coming in line with a 12-month average. Back to you, Jomana.
Winnie, thank you so much for the run-through. Winnie Su in Taipei. Well, stock futures on both sides of the Atlantic declining, as you were just speaking about, as optimism over the U.S.-Iran ceasefire fades. This comes as Fed minutes showed officials mulling two-sided risks from the Iran war. Policymakers highlighting the dangers to inflation that might warrant rate hikes.
From my vantage point today, I see the underlying fundamentals of the economy as really in a good place. The question is, what's going to happen with the war? How long will prices of oil and gas stay elevated? And what will be we call these the knock-on effects be in terms of other goods and services? It's really too early to make any statements about that because we don't know how long the conflict will last.
Let's bring in Bloomberg MLife strategist Mark Cranfield. I guess the policymakers are in a difficult spot because it's difficult to ascertain at this point in time exactly what the overall impact is going to be from the Iran war onto U.S. inflation down the track. But would you say that there was a sprinkling of hawkishness from the minutes yesterday?
Actually, what traders are focusing on there is the dilemma that the Federal Reserve has because of their dual mandate. So if you dig a bit deeper into the minutes, what you'll see is that the Fed actually noticed that the underlying employment situation in the US is actually weakening to some extent, partly driven by AI and the fact that it's chewing up jobs in the United States. On the other side, as you just heard there, they're also very concerned about inflation expectations. And we have a CPI report coming tomorrow, which is expected to show that the readings have gone up back above the 3% level for the year-on-year numbers. So that is now becoming a very key data point for the US market, and that's why the US curve is flatter than it probably would be under normal conditions. It flattened during the peak of the war in Iran. It's staying that way, and that's because the short-end yields are staying relatively high because investors are concerned that the Fed may be pushing towards an interest rate hike, even though the markets are not really pricing one way or the other right now. But if oil prices stay where they are for a longer period, the Fed may be in a very difficult position where they have no choice, but they have to address the inflation numbers which are going up. So tomorrow's numbers, very important from that point of view. If we get through the next few weeks where there really is a prolonged ceasefire, there's a chance for oil prices to come down. People will then flip back to watching the employment numbers, which although they were positive the last round, earlier in the year they were pretty soft because of the AI layoffs. That may well come back again. There's a lot of talk of AI companies ramping up again, big expenditure, and people making more use of it. It's a very difficult position for the Fed. The market can see that, and that's why the Treasury curve is flatter than it probably would be at this time in the cycle under normal circumstances.
Bloomberg M-Life strategist Mark Cranfield, thank you so much. Well, still ahead, Trump has lashed out at NATO after meeting with the alliance's Secretary General Mark Rutte over lack of support for the U.S. with Iran. Now, we'll discuss that later on the show, but first, polls indicate that after 16 years, Hungarian voters may have lost faith in their populist premier. We'll have the latest on the election next. This is Bloomberg.
The result of the American presidential election created a new reality. In Europe, everyone must adapt their own destiny and their own policies to this.
I also want to send my best wishes to Prime Minister Viktor Orban, who I am endorsing.
And it's important to understand how important the relations between leaders are to the relations between countries.
He's a fantastic guy, and it's such an honor to endorse him. I endorsed him last time he won, and he did a fantastic job.
I've seen a guy who has ferociously advocated for the interests of Hungary. I'm here to help him in this campaign cycle.
We want this economy to prosper. We want this country to do well. It's in our national interest, especially as long as you're the Prime Minister and the leader of this country.
Mr. President, you are on with about 5,000 Hungarian patriots, and I think they love you even more than they love Viktor Orban.
Well, I can't believe that. I can't believe that because I love Hungary and I love that Viktor.
Well, key voices there on the U.S.-Hungary relationship ahead of the election. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance has given a rousing speech in Budapest backing Hungary's Prime Minister Viktor Orban ahead of this weekend's elections. Vance's trip comes after visits from far-right leaders from across Europe in support of Orban. For more, let's go to Bloomberg's chief Europe correspondent, Oliver Crook. I guess the question that's sort of very evident from what we've just heard now is why does Hungary's election matter so much to the U.S. Vice President, to J.D. Vance?
Yeah, it's a pretty remarkable turn of events, and you've seen it over the last 4 months, as we just sort of put up there. Was Marco Rubio after the Munich Security Conference visiting Budapest. We had J.D. Vance this week. He gave, 3 different speeches. It wasn't just kind of a state visit where you go, you show up with the Prime Minister and then leave. He was there for 2 days. He went to campaign rallies. He put Donald Trump there on speakerphone in front of the crowds to really get everybody gassed up. And this is sort of many-fold why the U.S. administration cares about the election in Hungary. First, they see it as a sort of ally within the sort of MAGA, the far-right movement in the United States, and they see them as an ally within Europe doing their bidding. Of course, Viktor Orban sits at the European Council and can be quite effective in either making things happen or not happen at the European level. There is, of course, this question of the personal relationship between Viktor Orban and the President of the United States, Donald Trump. Viktor Orban would visit Trump when he was campaigning. He endorsed Donald Trump, and for Donald Trump, these personal relationships really go a very long way. I think for J.D. Vance, it was also an opportunity to take shots at Brussels and the bureaucrats from Brussels, which he mentioned 5 or 6 times in his initial speech over there in Budapest. But there is a real question, Jumana, about how much influence at this point this really has over the Hungarian population. And most people I speak to, in Hungary will say that most people don't really know who J.D. Vance is. And while it is quite rousing for the base there, for Viktor Orban supporters, it may not go a great distance in sort of shifting how the sort of more broader Hungarian public opinion feels. And we should also say that the sort of sway that the Trump administration has over the far right within Europe, not just within Hungary, but you look in France and you look elsewhere, may not be what it was a year ago, 6 months ago, particularly after the Greenland moment and after the war in Iran, which has basically zero support in Europe.
Yeah, yeah. And, while you were speaking there, we were just showing the polling numbers into the elections this weekend. Viktor Orban is behind his rivals. So, this is a part and parcel of the big take that we published today on the terminal, looking at the upcoming election. Could this vote actually end Orban's very long tenure?
Well, Jemina, there are a ton of questions going into this election, not least of which, to the degree to which it will be fair, ways in which the Constitutional and Supreme Court could interfere and sort of contest some of the votes over the weekend. But as you saw there on the board, we're talking about an almost 10-point spread between Viktor Orban and Péter Magyar. And there's really been a long Viktor Orban's been in power for 16 years. I think for any sort of prime minister, any leader of any country, it's really difficult to keep enthusiasm up over that period of time. But Jemina, I want to bring you some polling that was reported by local media yesterday. They were citing the pollster Median, which is one of the credible pollsters over in Hungary. They're saying that Péter Magyar's Cica party may win between 138 and 143 seats of the 199. And Jumana, that would not just be a majority, that would be a 2/3 majority for the opposition within Hungary. And currently, Orban holds a 2/3 majority. So this really illustrates, I think, how difficult this is going to be for Viktor Orban. A ton of questions about the ways in which the election may be sort of affected. But for Péter Magyar, this is really his moment, and potentially the moment where he dislodged the longest-serving leader within the European Union.
Yeah, and also just an illustration of how much sentiment has shifted over the course of the last few years. Bloomberg's chief Europe correspondent, Oliver Crook, thank you for that. Well, coming up, President Trump has attacked NATO for not supporting the U.S. in the Iran war. More in his meeting with the Secretary General Mark Rutte later in the show. This is Bloomberg. Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. As the AI boom reshapes the global tech landscape, one of the industry's most important players is making a dramatic pivot. ARM, long known for powering the world's smartphones, is now betting its future on the cloud, data centers, and the explosive growth of generative AI.
We are shifting away from being largely known for smartphones to being around the cloud and AI data centers, where in a few years, that's our largest business by far. And in 5 years, it'll be orders of magnitude larger than what we do in smartphones.
ARM CEO Rene Haas there. And you can find out more about ARM's plans for the future on the next episode of Bloomberg Tech Europe. We'll ask, can ARM pull off its biggest shift yet as the company builds its own chips? That is tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. UK time with Bloomberg's Tom McKenzie. Now to some corporate news today. U.S. software defied the rebound yesterday, with stocks sliding across the sector as Anthropic launched Claude managed agents and Meta unveiled a new AI model. Meta's debut is the first since Chief Executive Mark Zuckerberg embarked on a multi-billion-dollar overhaul of the company's artificial intelligence organization. Known as MuseSpark, it will power the Meta AI chatbot. And Bloomberg has learned that PIMCO is looking to sell a portion of the $14 billion of debt financing it is providing for a massive Oracle data center in Michigan. We're told the campus will be backed by $16.3 billion of financing, roughly 15% of which is set to come in the form of an equity investment. The remainder will be financed with bonds issued by a special purpose vehicle. And the Wall Street Journal reports that Disney is planning to lay off as many as 1,000 employees, primarily within its recently consolidated marketing department. It is one of the first significant moves under new CEO Josh D'Amaro as the company adjusts to shrinking profits from its streaming service compared to traditional television. And coming up, oil has rebounded after its biggest one-day drop since April 2020 as the Strait of Hormuz remains closed. We'll have more next. This is Bloomberg. Live from Dubai today. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Giovanna Bersacci with your top stories. Stocks stumble and oil rebounds as Iran says several terms of its ceasefire with the U.S. have been breached. Vance, Witkoff, Kushner, the U.S. Vice President, leads a delegation for direct talks with Iran. This despite continued fighting in the Middle East, including Israeli strikes across Lebanon that risk derailing the ceasefire. Plus, Bloomberg understands the U.S. wants specific commitments from European allies on their pledge to help secure the Strait of Hormuz as President Trump again lashes out at NATO. And sentiment turning south over the course of the overnight session, with the handover from Asia Pacific leaning towards negative today. The MSCI Asia Pacific down 0.7% after a very strong day yesterday in which the index soared more than 5% through the course of trading. S&P futures also dipping slightly this morning, down about 16 basis points, but that is building on from some very strong price action yesterday in trade, with the S&P ending up north of 2% yesterday by the end of the close. And then European markets, take a look, leaning flat. At one point, we were more negative about an hour or so ago, but things are moving more positive as we progress with the day. But again, cautious sentiment prevailing over some questions surrounding the status of the ceasefire and its longevity in the Middle East. Switching over, let's take a look at other cross-asset indicators, starting with Brent this morning as well. And here you can see we've got quite the rebound, up 2.4%. We're sitting at just shy of $97 a barrel. And this after at one point plunging almost 17% in trading yesterday, the biggest drop since 2020. But of course, we are beginning to climb again. And we're going to talk about that in our next segment. But essentially, the strait remains effectively closed. And so that's still impacting the price of oil and other energy markets at this point. Gold trading flat today, 4,720 is where we're at. And then the USD seeing a bit of a safe haven bid this morning, up 7 basis points as well. Time now for your front page news. So let's get you some of the major front pages. With the front page of the Financial Times leads with Hezbollah attacking Israel in response to what it called violations of the ceasefire agreement. It comes after Israel launched its largest military operation against Lebanon, where Hezbollah is based, since the outbreak of the war. And the top story on the Wall Street Journal, Trump allies and U.S. officials raising concerns that the U.S. president's victory lap on securing a ceasefire with Tehran is premature. The president being warned Iran still retains dangerous military capabilities and the ability to keep the Strait of Hormuz blocked. And finally, The Times begins with President Trump saying the U.S. military deployed near Iran will remain in the area until a real agreement is reached with Tehran. And you can get a roundup of the stories you need to know to get your day going in today's edition of Daybreak. And terminal subscribers can just go to DAYB, go on the terminal today. A lot of stories around the status of the ceasefire and, of course, the fate of the Strait of Hormuz. Now, oil has rebounded after its biggest one-day drop since April 2020. Iran's Fars News Agency reported the passage of tankers through the Strait of Hormuz was halted after Israeli strikes on Lebanon. Let's bring in Bloomberg's Middle East energy reporter, Anthony DePaula. So, Anthony, so far, what have oil markets made of this quite tenuous ceasefire?
Good morning, Giovanna. Yeah, well, we saw oil markets really welcome it yesterday because oil tanked. We went from over 100 to down into the 90s yesterday. Oil started clawing back a little bit of that loss yesterday afternoon after it became apparent that vessels really were not rushing to get back through the Strait of Hormuz. We had that report later in the evening, our time here in Dubai, that Iran was again halting passage due to the Israeli attacks there in Lebanon. But in any case, throughout the day yesterday, we were talking to shippers, we were talking to producers, we were talking to traders who were just telling us of the lack of clarity around what it would take to go through Hormuz. What's the process? Is it being managed by Iran? Is there money to pay? We have talked to shippers who are saying that Iran wants $1 a barrel for oil going through. other vessels, it's more confusing because if they're cargo, who's going to search that? People don't know where to go to in terms of getting an approval. Plus, a lot of people don't want to get Iranian approval to go through Hormuz. So we have really these kind of technical issues plus the safety issues. So we are not seeing vessels really getting ready to transit through the Gulf, Giovanna.
Anthony, are there actually any ships currently trying to attempt to navigate through the Strait of Hormuz?
I mean, this is what we're watching very closely. We have seen a few Chinese-owned oil tankers that have headed towards Hormuz, looking like they may pass through. This is something that we've seen before, though, when ships look like they're making a run towards Hormuz, towards the strait, and then turn back, perhaps gauging it too risky, perhaps trying to get authorization and not being approved to go through. But we are watching these two vessels, one carrying Iraqi crude, the other carrying Saudi crude, trying to go through. And I've been tracking the Iraqi vessels and the Iraqi exports. So I have seen that one vessel, the Kospero Lake, that has been in the Gulf since early March when it loaded Iraqi crude at the very top, the northern top of the Persian Gulf off of Iraq. It's now in the south, closer to Hormuz. We'll wait to see if that goes through. Of course, Iran has been sending some of its own tankers through throughout this war, throughout the conflict. They have been sending their own tankers through. Most Iranian oil is going to China anyway. So if we do see those two Chinese oil tankers go through, it's not going to be a major moving of the situation forward, because we need to see really free flow out to the open market. So we need to see that really open up and really get more barrels through in order to see the situation change, Jumana.
Yeah, and I guess one of the other questions is the vessels or the ships that are stranded in the Persian Gulf, if they make the outward journey, are they going to make the inward journey as well, or is this just a one-way trip for them? Anthony DePaula, Bloomberg's Middle East energy reporter, thank you so much. Well, we'll be talking to Arsenio Dominguez, the Secretary General of the International Maritime Organization, on the opening trade at 8:30 UK time later this morning. Now, the White House says U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance will lead a delegation to Islamabad for direct talks with Iran this weekend, even as fighting continues in the Middle East.
I can announce that the president is dispatching his negotiating team, led by the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, Special Envoy Witkoff, and Mr. Kushner to Islamabad for talks this weekend. The first round of those talks will take place on Saturday morning local time, and we look forward to those in-person meetings.
In a post on the social platform X, Tehran's ambassador to Pakistan said the Iranian delegation will arrive tonight. Fasih Mangi, Bloomberg's Pakistan bureau chief, joins us now. Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif says the ceasefire has been violated. Is this undermining the spirit of the talks going into this weekend?
Hi, Jumana. Definitely it is. It seems that the ceasefire is barely holding, and I think J.D. Vance has addressed that as well. The Prime Minister, the Pakistani Prime Minister, said, the violation has taken place at a few places across the conflict zone, and he has asked everyone for exercising restraint, because otherwise, it'll be difficult to go through. And we have also seen that from the Iranian ambassador to Pakistan. He also mentioned, so the Iranian delegation just confirmed a while back that they will be coming on Thursday for talks beforehand, and talks with the US are happening on Saturday. And the delegation is coming, but he mentioned that there is a lot of skepticism around the talks, and so everything has been put together last moment and has been glued together, and it's very fragile. So we need to. The Pakistan PM has urged everyone to exercise restraint so that these talks can go forward.
Yeah, and vis-a-vis the talks themselves, do we understand what the basis of the discussions are going to look like at this point?
Yes, we have some details on that. I mean, obviously, first thing is bridging the trust gap. I think that's what Pakistan has been emphasizing multiple times, that there is a massive trust gap between Iran and the US that needs to be bridged. And we've seen that obviously in the ceasefire being violated as well, it's not helping the cause. What will be discussed? I think, what we have understood, the key issues according to people that we have spoken to is that one will be the Strait of Hormuz passage, and number two would be, the uranium enrichment, and number three would be lifting of sanctions. Those are a few items that are, according to Pakistani officials, that will be key pressing points that will be discussed.
Fasih Mangi, Bloomberg's Pakistan Bureau Chief, thank you so much. The look ahead into those crucial discussions that are going to take place this weekend. Now, Bloomberg has learned that the U.S. wants specific commitments from its European allies on their pledge to help secure the Strait of Hormuz. That's after the U.S. president again lashed out at NATO after meeting the alliance's chief, Mark Rutte, in the White House. Our NATO reporter, Andrea Palaciano, joins us now from Washington. So, Andrea, what more can you tell us about what the U.S. wants from Europe exactly on the Strait of Hormuz, and are they likely to agree?
Well, one of the things that the Europeans had been repeatedly complaining about is that the US had never asked them for anything specific. There was only public anger at them not delivering, but privately there were no specific asks. And now they did get a very specific ask, which is to put their money where their mouth is and deliver on the promise they have made to help secure the Strait of Hormuz after fighting ends. And now they also have a timeline. The U.S. wants to see specific plans, operational plans in the next few days, which is an extremely, extremely tight deadline.
And, we have a post up there, something that President Trump put up, once again being quite critical of NATO after this meeting. I mean, how serious is his threat to go all the way and potentially even pull out of NATO?
Well, it seems like Mark Rutte has managed yet again to appease Donald Trump, because even though this statement seems very strong, there was no escalation in the rhetoric. This is essentially repeating the points he has made several times before. But crucially, he has not repeated his wish to potentially leave NATO, and he has not brought any fresh complaints either. So the common view from allies is that the threat to leave NATO is not actually serious, and that this is something they can come back from.
Yeah, people have called Mark Rutte the Trump whisperer because of the special personal relationship that the two enjoy. He's managed to convince the U.S. president before. Can he do it again? Can he help to repair the status of the alliance right now?
Well, what we've seen Mark Rutte do again and again is to come up with magical solutions, especially when Trump really escalated his criticism of the alliance, his attacks on the alliance, like we've seen for Greenland, for example. This time there was no magical save, but he seems to have managed to diffuse some tension. After they met in the Oval Office, Mark Rutte said that the conversation was very frank, but also that it was a conversation between two friends. So the special connection between the two men, the personal connection, seems to endure. And if anything, what Mark Rutte has achieved today is to not anger the president any further.
Bloomberg's Andrea Palaciano, thank you so much for the reporting there. Well, coming up, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer is in the Middle East as he looks to firm up the region's fragile ceasefire. More on the visit next. This is Bloomberg. Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. Now to some of the other top stories we're following this morning. Taiwan's opposition leader, Chang Li-wong, is visiting China to promote diplomacy and dialogue as an alternative to increasing military spending. The trip is controversial because Chang's party is currently blocking a $40 billion defense budget, leading critics to worry she's being used as a political tool for Beijing. A likely meeting with Xi Jinping could provide China with leverage ahead of a summit with President Trump. Bloomberg has learned the U.S. is considering lifting sanctions on Venezuela's central bank to facilitate the flow of billions of dollars into the country's battered economy. Sources say the move would allow proceeds from oil sales to circulate more freely through Venezuela's financial system. The Trump administration is looking for ways to ease economic bottlenecks in Caracas created by Washington's own sanctions framework. France's budget minister says it's too soon to set a more ambitious deficit reduction target despite a sharper than expected narrowing of the gap last year. David Amiel says the reduction of the deficit to 5.1% in 2025 from 5.8% a year earlier was partly due to one-off elements, and there's great uncertainty over the macroeconomic impact of the Iran conflict in 2026. The Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors, the RICS, says the number of Britons looking to buy a home nosedived in March after the mortgage market was rocked by conflict in the Middle East. Estate agents on balance expect reduced sales and declining house prices over the coming months after average fixed mortgage rates surge back up above 5%. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer is in the Middle East pushing for a diplomatic solution to the conflict in Iran.
We're not getting drawn into this war. We've always acted in collective self-defence, but my job is to protect the UK lives, of course, which is what we've been doing here from this base, but also to protect our interests. And it's in our interests, our national interest, to get the Strait of Hormuz open.
For the UK and other NATO allies, the events of the past 6 weeks have severely strained their relationship with Washington. I'm joined now by Bloomberg's James Woolcock. And James, quite simply, why does the Prime Minister's trip actually matter?
Well, Jemana, for weeks, the Europeans have been saying this is not their war, yet we are seeing that they are increasingly involved in it, whether they like it or not. Keir Starmer, the UK Prime Minister, within hours of a ceasefire, was in Jeddah meeting with Saudi Arabia's leader, and he'd also signed a sort of joint declaration welcoming the ceasefire with every member of the G7, bar the US. Starmer's also trying to organise a 40-country coalition, again, without the US. And this ties into the reporting we were just hearing from Andrea about the US looking from its NATO allies for ways to keep the Straits of Hormuz open. Now, what is interesting is the European leaders are increasingly finding their own voice outside of what the US wants. You can see this from yesterday. France's President Macron was speaking to the Iranian leader and afterwards put out a statement condemning Israel's attacks on Lebanon. So the question is, Europeans are looking at this 2-week fragile agreement and saying, can they find this moment to intervene? Can they use their diplomatic influence to make a difference here and keep the Strait of Hormuz open, or find a way to? Because ultimately, they are the ones facing an economic hit, and they are increasingly publicly expressing views that differ to the US's.
Yeah, what has that meant for the state of the relationship between the US and the UK then?
I mean, look, if you speak to UK diplomats, they will say that this is a special relationship. They point to the fact that, frankly, the UK depends on the US for much of its military. They share intelligence. They are deeply connected. But you can sum up their fears in 3 ways: Ukraine, NATO, and Hormuz. If you look at Hormuz, inflation is going up in the UK massively. The Bank of England has upped its forecast by nearly 1 percentage point when it comes to the rest of this year. That is hitting growth, and that is going to be a major issue for Keir Starmer. You then look at Ukraine. There has been major problems in terms of US aid to Ukraine, and already the US has asked Poland to redistribute some of its military aid to go to the Middle East, which Poland has refused. The fear here is that the US president will lower Ukraine on the list of sort of global priorities. And then third, there is NATO. Every statement the US president makes, he has been extremely dismissive of NATO. And the fear from kind of diplomats here in Europe is that the US president might not need to leave NATO. He may just need to say publicly that he wouldn't be committed to Article 5, which says that if one NATO country were attacked, the others would leap to its defense, to erode the foundation of that military alliance.
And how about the war itself, James, the Iran war? How has it crept into Britain's domestic politics?
So Keir Starmer is notorious for being Britain's least popular Prime Minister, according to modern polling. Surprisingly, the war is showing an uptick in his polling. Standing up to the US president is remarkably popular in the UK. And in some ways, the more aggressive the president's rhetoric has become, the more Starmer has been pushed into taking a public stance against him. Now, the fear, though, here is we have coming May local elections, which was seen as a watershed moment. We have been seeing gilt bets being put on that period where put options are being put on for volatility there. Interestingly, though, Starmer's own MPs and polling suggests that May is increasingly becoming a moment where, although he's still deeply unpopular and the cost of living is only going to get worse as this war continues, many of his own supporters now look at this moment and go, is this the moment we really want to change a leader? So surprisingly, this war may be reassuring for some of Starmer's top team, despite in the medium term it will cause them incredible headaches.
Interesting. Bloomberg's James Woolcock, thank you so much for bringing us the latest on Keir Starmer and British politics. Well, plenty more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Welcome back to the show. Well, a couple of charts just to round up Daybreak Europe here. Starting with the question everyone's asking, how many ships are passing through the Strait of Hormuz? And the answer is not that many, just a trickle. And here we're talking about less than half a dozen. Yesterday, reportedly, 2 attempted to cross. So still effectively shut, with all of the headlines surrounding it. Iran maintaining that they should have sovereignty of the Straits, which is obviously disputed by nations around the world. So crossings remain very, very low when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz. And because of that, we are seeing still some risk hedging go through, upsides being bought in the USD. So upside hedges, call options continue to be bought for the US dollar. If we turn over the terminal chart just to take a look at some of the upside options that have been bought there. There you go. 1 week risk reversals remain high, i.e. people are positioning for an even higher move in the USD. And then also take a look at S&P because here it's interesting. You are seeing technicals break up to the upside. Money is going in despite some of the unhelpful headlines that have been emerging from the region in the last 24 hours. But there is hopes, of course, of a breakthrough. And up later, we're going to be speaking to Anu Talous, chair of the European Data Protection Board, about cybersecurity on the Pulse at 9:15 a.m. UK time. Don't miss that. The opening trade is coming up next. This is Bloomberg.
Good morning. It's 5 a.m. in New York, 10 a.m. in London. I'm Matt Miller in for Vonnie Quinn with your Bloomberg Brief. Let's get you set up for the day. President Trump vows to keep U.S. troops in the Persian Gulf as the Strait of Hormuz remains largely blocked and the ceasefire remains fragile. As Israeli strikes continue in Lebanon, U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance will lead a delegation to Islamabad for direct talks with Iran. The stock rally has stalled as Goldman Sachs says Brent crude will average more than $100 a barrel through 2026 if the strait remains closed for another month. Take a look at what's going on with futures after a 2.5% gain in the cash trade yesterday. We're now off just about 0.4% on the benchmark index. NASDAQ futures down the same, and the small caps down a little bit more right now. Take a look at what's going on with treasuries as well. A lot more movement in Europe than we have here. The 2-year yield staying put at 3.78. The 10-year yield not moving at all at 4.29, and the 30-year yield at 4.88. But it's really crude that is, as usual, the most interesting here. We are starting to see a bounce back for Brent, 98.17. NYMEX crude at 97.92. And these bounces come after the biggest drops that we've seen since 2010. 20. So yesterday was quite a big move, obviously, for Brent. Let's get a look at some of the single stock stories this morning. For that, we go out to London and Chloe Melee. Chloe?
Good morning, Matt. What we're seeing today is very much a reversal of what we saw yesterday, the big moves that we saw yesterday with oil and oil companies tumbling because of the ceasefire. But now we have got essentially questions around the fragility of this ceasefire, and the Strait of Hormuz also remains largely closed, as you mentioned. And so we are seeing this lead to a rebound in oil, and therefore a rebound in those oil companies as well that are very much in the green today compared to the tough day that they had yesterday. Another sector that is very much going into the opposite direction from what it did yesterday is the tech sector. We've seen the likes of Micron and Nvidia moving higher because of the optimism around the ceasefire. Now we are seeing some of that optimism fade and raising some fresh questions around the impact of those higher energy prices on the AI sector. And so we are seeing now very much red across the board for that tech sector. And finally, moving on to Marvell Technology, which just got upgraded to a buy rating by Barclays analysts. They said that the company will be able to very much capitalize on the growing demand for optical products. And so this is leading the company higher in pre-market trading this morning, extending what's already been a very good start to the year for that company.
Yeah, that's right. Marvell now up 35% year to date. Chloe, thanks very much for that. Coming up in this hour, Nadia Martin-Wiggin of Svelland Capital on the oil market. And later in the hour, Max Kettner joins us from HSBC. But our top story, President Trump is vowing to keep U.S. troops in the Persian Gulf ahead of talks with Iran, posting on Truth Social all U.S. ships, aircraft, and military personnel with additional ammunition, weaponry, and anything else that is appropriate and necessary until such time as the real agreement reached is fully complied with. Let's get to our team coverage with Bloomberg's Jumana Bersetchi in Dubai, our Washington Deputy Bureau Chief Laura Davison. Jumana, let me first ask you about this fragile ceasefire. I know that we continue to see projectiles lobbed back and forth in the Gulf. How does it look this morning?
Yeah, well, it's tenuous. I would say that. But in terms of the intensity of the projectiles, things have actually calmed down overnight. Yesterday it was very busy, though. More than a dozen missiles intercepted over here in the UAE, which is where I am. More drones reported intercepted over Saudi Arabia, Kuwait as well. And then also Iran reporting that they too had received an incoming attack on a refinery in the early hours of the morning. So there were still a bunch of two-way attacks going throughout the course of the day. Overnight, though, the intensity has calmed down. But I will say, though, the major front that has opened up in the last 24 hours is Lebanon. And you will recall that a few hours after both Iran and U.S. announced that they had gone into this two-week ceasefire, the Israeli prime minister said that Lebanon, as far as they're concerned, was not included in the broader regional deal. And what ensued yesterday afternoon was Israel's heaviest day of airstrikes yet on Lebanon. 100 strikes in about 10 minutes, the death toll rising above 200. So a very, very bloody day for Lebanon. And then now we're in a situation where Iran are contesting that they may not proceed with negotiations with the U.S. this weekend unless Lebanon is actually included once again in this regional ceasefire. There seems to be a misunderstanding between what the Iranian side thought they had agreed to versus what the White House and Israel are presenting as well. And that is a bridge that needs to be crossed over as we look ahead to these likely negotiations this weekend in Islamabad. The U.S. delegation has been confirmed now. We know that J.D. Vance, Kushner, and Steve Witkoff will be attending from the U.S. side. The Iranian side, a bit of a question mark still as to who's going to be there.
Yeah, we just saw a post on X from the EU Foreign Affairs Chief Kaya Kallas that Israeli actions are straining the U.S.-Iran ceasefire. We've seen comments from Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesman Mao Ning that Lebanon's security and sovereignty should not be violated. Laura, what can the U.S. do about keeping Israel, which now appears to be the weakest link in the chain, in check?
This is a real question. J.D. Vance, speaking with reporters earlier, said that Israel had agreed to sort of tamp down some of these attacks, but it's clear that there's a little bit of friction in between the U.S. and Israel on exactly what how they're going to proceed. We saw Israel launch its biggest attack in quite some weeks on Lebanon, and Hezbollah specifically, in the past 24 hours. So this is going to be a key friction point. We're also seeing that same kind of friction play out between the U.S. and European allies. Mark Rutte of NATO was at the White House today. Trump fired off a very a negative tweet about NATO and their lack of help in this war. Trump and the White House have asked for European allies to come up with plans to help secure the Strait of Hormuz. They've agreed to do that once fighting has stopped, though it's not clear that fighting has stopped. So this is, again, going to be a swirl of questions as we go into these talks on Saturday.
Xauusd, what do we know about this 10-point plan that the Iranians have submitted and said, this is what President Trump accepted, and the 15-point plan that President Trump now says is the basis for negotiation? Which is it, or are we looking at both?
That's right. So we've got multiple plans being put forward by both sides here as we head into those negotiations. But interestingly enough, the White House have said that the 10-point plan that Iran released overnight yesterday differs from the 10-point plan that President Trump and his team would have had access to when they were thinking about getting the ceasefire across the line. So there's a bit of disparity, once again, as I flagged, between what they say was presented to them versus what Iran presented to the outside world. Now, in terms of what the Iranian side are insisting on, it's pretty much everything that they were insisting on before the nuclear discussions were even taking place. This is prior to the war, including the right to continue maintaining their proxy groups around the region. Of course, that is very pertinent to the discussion that we just had about Lebanon, their funding of Hezbollah in Lebanon. And a new one, and this is a new term that would not have existed before the war, is their right to sovereignty of the Strait of Hormuz and their ability to monitor and control who exactly is capable of passing through. Clearly a non-starter and non-tenable as far as the U.S. and the Gulf nations are concerned as well. And so we're heading into a very pivotal weekend of discussions, but it is fair to say that what Iran are presenting to the world are very maximalist demands and clearly not tenable from the U.S.'s perspective unless they want to offer a lot of concessions to wrap things up quickly. But it is unlikely that the U.S. go down that route insofar as they'll have to match what Iran are putting forward. It's just an unlikely outcome.
I mean, so many misunderstandings in an age of Twitter diplomacy are perfectly understandable. Laura, now we know that J.D. Vance, the U.S. Vice President, is going directly to Pakistan for talks face-to-face with the Iranians. How soon can this start, and how long are we expecting them to last?
Well, the meetings will start on Saturday morning in Islamabad, but unclear at all how long this will take. J.D. Vance is a novice when it comes to diplomacy. He has only been, in the White House for a year. Before that, he was a U.S. Senator, and before that, in Ohio. So this is, going to be a real moment on the stage for him to shine. One, representing Trump and the Trump administration, but two, this is in the back of his mind too is also 2028 and the political considerations about a presidential election. Vance has been the most skeptical in the Trump administration about this war from the start, and so that's one of the reasons they put him forward, because he is a more a friendly face in that regard to the Iranians. But if these negotiations go sideways, this also has a lot of ramifications for Vance, who's only in his 40s, for his political future. So high stakes, and these could last quite some time.
All right, Laura Davison and Xauusd Bersetchi, really appreciate your team coverage. Let's get to the other top stories trending on the terminal this morning. Anthropic completes its tender offers. Employees sold some equity to investors as part of a secondary share sale, but some investors weren't able to pick up as many shares because of the limited number that employees were willing to unload. That makes sense. Anthropic is expected to go public as soon as this year. And PIMCO is looking to sell parts of the $14 billion of debt financing it's providing for an Oracle data center in Michigan. PIMCO is anchoring the financing, which is being led by Bank of America and It is expected to close on April 17th, according to the terms. Lufthansa is expected to face a cabin crew strike at German airports on Friday, disrupting travel for people coming back from Easter holidays. The strike follows months of stalled negotiations over a new collective labor agreement. The Germany-based airline faced pilot strikes just last month. Coming up, we speak to Nadia Martin-Wiggin of Xauusd Capital on the big moves in the oil market. This is Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Brief. I'm Matt Miller in New York. Oil is rebounding after its biggest one-day drop since April of 2020 as the Strait of Hormuz remained largely blocked. According to Goldman Sachs, Brent could average more than $100 a barrel in 2026 if the strait remains closed for another month, which doesn't appear extremely unlikely. Nadia Martin-Wiggin, director at Xauusd Capital, joins us now. Nadia, I want to start with the moves yesterday. What do you make of, the biggest drop since COVID? It seems like this market is willing to put a lot of faith into a very fragile ceasefire.
In terms of the physical market, that move was enormous. What we saw with physical market prices is they held up and they only reflected that $20 drop that we saw in futures prices, but the differentials moved higher. The backwardation on the weekly level moved steeper. But what it suggests is that there was a lot of hot money in this market. There was a lot of expectation that this was not going to be over, and the market was really blindsided by this sudden fragile ceasefire, which looks all the more fragile. And we definitely don't see more oil production coming online yet. We don't see more oil flowing. And we definitely see that the market desperately needs U.S. oil. And this is why WTI in particular is strengthening.
I see. So, yeah, we get a lot of talk in this country about how insulated we are from the oil going through the Strait of Hormuz. We don't need that energy, and yet we see the price for WTI rising drastically. At one point, a couple of days ago, it was $117 a barrel. The price of gas at the pump is well over $4 a gallon now, which I know to you must seem so trivial, but for Americans, that's a high price. How insulated is the U.S., Nadia?
Well, we're insulated in the fact that we have crude in the U.S., but we're still part of a global system. And the critical point is who buys the crude? It's the global refiners. And what we saw since COVID is a massive amount of refinery capacity is shut down in the Atlantic Basin, both in the U.S. and in Europe. We have 2 refineries in California shutting down now. It means that that oil must be exported to create gasoline and diesel, which we need to run through the heartland of America. And this is where it's connected. And that spare refining capacity sits in China, which has an export ban right now on products. And we had a growing system of refineries in the Middle East that are completely shut off. So this is where the product prices absolutely need to increase, and that will continue to pull on crude futures prices as well as the physical market.
What's your take on the Strait of Hormuz? Because it seems as though Iran and the U.S. President have very different ideas about how it's going to operate. After all of this, it had, of course, been open and free before Israel and the U.S. attacked Iran, and now we're hearing reports that the Iranians are charging $2 million a ship. They also have to have their own military navigate other ships, at least keeping the idea that maybe there are mines there alive. How does it look to you right now?
Well, what the Iranians are proposing is a complete change of international maritime norms. It would suggest that straits, be it off of Singapore and Malacca, places like that could be controlled and told by individual countries, which is not how the system is set up. On the flip side, historically, the system has been protected by the U.S. Navy. And now the U.S. Navy is showing a lack of willingness to do this on its own. This is why the discussions of having a convoy led by the French is a necessary part. This is the source of the discussions with NATO. But if we were to set that up in the U.S., in the Strait of Hormuz, it would take 5 weeks. So that's already taking us into that month-long scenario that Goldman Sachs is talking about. is also difficult for companies to actually pay this toll, even if they were willing to do it. It's supposed to be in crypto, via Chinese, Hong Kongese banks, and so forth. And then suddenly you're involved in a sanctioned oil system. So that's very difficult for shipping companies. Finally, we've had since 2022, this growing dark fleet. Then we have the Western fleet, the non-dark fleet, and now we have this kind of semi-dark fleet emerging because the US, for example, has removed sanctions off of Russian crude, but Europe has not. And your top value as a ship owner or someone who has access to a ship is having that optionality to flow into any port you want to, where it's the highest bidder or the lowest offer in terms of pricing. So you don't want to mark your ship as semi-dark and not be able to flow into Amsterdam if, let's say, Amsterdam is offering to pay the highest premium for your ship. So this is where it's very complex, very expensive, and shipping rates are flying right now as a result.
We saw the price for dated Brent jump to $144 a couple days ago, the highest price in recorded history. We're back down, I think, just under 100. But how does the oil price look?
Dated Brent's at 124. It only came down the $20 that the futures price came down. It actually strengthened yesterday.
All right, so
that's the physical.
That's the physical delivery market, which is somehow, to me, a bit more opaque, I guess. What's your take on Goldman's call that oil, and they're looking at futures, obviously, on Brent, stays above 100 or around there on average throughout the rest of the year if the strait remains blocked?
Well, average prices are very complicated. Right now, we definitely see that the oil price should be much higher than it is. When we look into the end of the year, it depends, how is this resolved? Do we get an actual peace where things are open up and then Iranian oil is no longer sanctioned and it's part of the normal world because we have a complete success from what were the most hawkish players in the U.S. That could bring down prices quite a lot. And that's where I think a lot of people got caught out expecting that this would be that Venezuela case. That can still happen by the year end. But right now we have 13 million barrels per day of oil stuck in the Strait of Hormuz. We've lost 1 million barrels per day of production in Russia because of attacks on various infrastructure, refineries. So we're extremely far away from any kind of release. So I would say in the near term, pricing for the second quarter should be very high. We need to run refineries at max runs so that we can have enough fuel, meaning diesel, gasoline, and jet fuel, to actually operate throughout the summer. We could end up with the COVID situation on top of what has been a supply shock, in which case prices will be much, much higher than they even are now.
Nadia, great to get your intel. Really appreciate you joining us. Nadia Martin-Wiggin there of Svelland Capital talking to us about oil and the Strait of Hormuz. Coming up, a look at what else is making headlines in your front page news next. This is Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Brief. I'm Matt Miller here in New York City. Time now for your front page news. First up on the Washington Post, President Trump's meeting with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte at the White House yesterday, and how he held back from taking dramatic action on the U.S. relationship with the alliance. Trump took to Truth Social to vent about NATO's lack of help in the Iran war, but didn't mention anything about pulling out of the alliance this time. Next up, the Wall Street Journal reporting that Disney is preparing for layoffs just weeks after the CEO, Josh Tomorrow, took to the helm. The company is planning to eliminate as many as 1,000 positions in the coming weeks. The cuts will mostly affect its consolidated marketing department. And on the Financial Times, investors are looking to pull more than $20 billion from private credit funds in the first quarter. The withdrawals reflect intensifying concerns over private credit lending amidst AI advances as the largest private credit companies curb redemption requests. In terms of markets, we're preparing for a lower open as oil bounces back. You can see here Brent crude, the front month contract at 97.82. NYMEX crude, WTI trading for 97.40. 47.53, and gold rising a little bit again at 47.32. Futures are lower on the S&P, but the dollar is gaining a little bit of strength as the 10-year yield comes down at 428.72 to go out 5 significant digits. Coming up next, Max Kettner, Chief Multi-Asset Strategist at HSBC, joins us. This is Bloomberg. It is 5:30 a.m. in New York City, 10:30 a.m. in London. Good morning. I'm Matt Miller in for Vonnie Quinn with your Bloomberg Brief. Let's get you set up for the day. President Trump vows to keep U.S. troops in the Persian Gulf as the Strait of Hormuz remains blocked and the ceasefire is fragile. Israeli strikes continue in Lebanon. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance will lead a delegation to Islamabad for direct talks with Iran, and that will be one of the main talking points. The stock rally has stalled. Goldman Sachs says Brent crude will average more than $100 through 2026 if the strait remains closed for another month. Let's take a look at how this is all playing out in asset prices. You can see that futures a little bit weaker yesterday after a big rally in the cash trade yesterday. We were up 2.5% on the S&P. The NASDAQ also down in futures, and Russell futures are off 0.6%. In terms of what's going on with Brent crude, well, here's the Treasury picture. Everything's unchanged. Let's go straight to the Brent crude board because that's all you care about. Big jumps or decent jumps, I should say, today after the biggest drops yesterday since April of 2020, which was right after COVID. Let's always have a Brent crude board. As long as Brent crude is the main talking point, it should be loaded in there. Let's get to the individual stocks we're watching. For that, we go to Chloe Melee in London. Chloe?
Good morning, Matt. Oil companies are back in the green today after yesterday's very tough trading session. We've got Iran saying that the ceasefire terms have been violated and the Strait of Hormuz also remains largely closed. And so this is raising questions around the fragility of the ceasefire, and that is leading to a rebound in oil prices and therefore also as well a rebound in those oil companies. So we have got green across the screen there for that sector. Moving on to another sector that's moving in the opposite direction that it did yesterday, and that's the tech sector, with the likes of Nvidia and Micron having really benefited from this optimism yesterday around a ceasefire. But now the optimism is fading, and therefore we have now fresh concerns around the impact of higher energy prices on that AI sector, and therefore we are seeing a lot of weakness in that sector this morning. And finally, Instacart is moving higher after being upgraded by Raymond James. So the analysts have said that the grocery market is an underpenetrated e-commerce segment, and therefore it would really benefit from the rise of agentic AI shopping experiences. And therefore we are up about 1.6% for Instacart on the back of that upgrade.
All right, Chloe, thanks very much. Chloe Melee looking at some of the single stock stories. Let's get over to Max Kettner right now. Also in London, he is Chief Multi-Asset Strategist at HSBC. And Max, of course, oil is the most important asset to be looking at right now. We're seeing a little bit of a bounce back, but we saw a massive drop yesterday in NYMEX from $117 down to $91 a barrel. Do you think traders got a little bit over-optimistic about the ceasefire?
I don't think so. I think particularly when we look at the equity market and the equity market relationship with oil prices, I think that makes perfectly sense to me, because at the end of the day, what we are trading and what we're doing in financial markets is we don't really care about the level of activity. We don't really care about the level of things, right? Think 6 years ago, COVID. By the time mobility indices, by the time, things like restaurant bookings, all these fancy high-frequency data that we were looking at back then, by the time they were back to the pre-COVID levels, the January, February 2020 levels, that took about a year and a half. That was only about late summer 2020. But by the time the S&P was already almost 50% higher than it was in January and February 2020. Why? Because the moment the market sniffed that actually it's getting less bad in March, end of March 2020, April 2020, that positive rate of change from going catastrophic to actually it's only catastrophic now. It's only going to be, the rate of change is already starting to be a little bit positive. So it's less bad. That already was enough for markets. It was the same thing with Liberation Day last year. Remember Liberation Day, all the high frequency data only troughed in about June, July. By that time, equities were already back to the all-time highs. So I think this is actually a pretty rational reaction by equity markets in particular, and the relationship with oil prices. Now, on oil prices, you could debate, yeah, maybe dated Brent is going to be still sticking around there, but I think we are on a sort of gliding path by the end of this year towards the 80 levels, and that, I think, for markets overall, for equities, for credit, for EM, really for the whole asset class spectrum, that's good enough.
I mean, one of the things I keep wondering about, Max, is how these higher prices are going to affect company earnings, corporate earnings. And if you expect prices to go back down to 80, then it makes sense that you wouldn't be terribly worried. But Goldman Sachs is out today saying they think the average is going to stick around 100 or more for Brent crude. Doesn't that, bring down your outlook for corporate earnings at double-digit percentage on the S&P?
Yeah, I think if you had an outlook of above $100 on average, I think that would probably change the calculus a bit, because that would probably mean the one-year CPI, what we've got right now, the sort of 320 level on the one-year CPI swap, that was sort of the peak level. At the end of the day, if oil goes back to the $80, $90 levels, then probably headline CPI is going to be like a touch below 3% for this year in the US. You could actually make the argument for that being actually positive for earnings, because remember, earnings are a nominal number. And with inflation going up, that actually is therefore actually a positive, that oil prices are a little bit higher, inflation a bit higher, and therefore that would aid nominal earnings overall. So I wouldn't be too concerned about that, number one, from the energy side. Number two, if you look at US earnings in particular, what matters much more is the AI cycle, is the tech cycle. Remember, in the S&P nowadays, you've got almost 50%, almost half of market cap is directly related to AI right now. There, it doesn't really matter that much whether the oil price average is going to be 80, 85 or 100, right? What matters more is the outlook around AI capex, around AI funding. What matters is what have AI valuations done in the last couple of weeks. And in fact, when you look over the last couple of weeks, AI earnings expectations, tech earnings expectations have gone up. Tech valuations have come down, crashing down really, almost to the lowest level in 10 years relative to the broader market. So from that standpoint, I think energy, we're maybe talking a little bit too much about that. It might matter for rates, it might matter for the economy overall. For earnings, particularly for S&P earnings, I don't think it matters that much.
Is the AI spend as important for European stocks, Max, as it is for the U.S.? I note that the S&P right now, it's only down 0.9% year to date, but it's red, right? And if you look at the FTSE, it's up 6.5% year to date. If you look at the IBEX in Madrid, it's up 4.5% year to date. The same is true for the FTSE MIB in Italy. In fact, among the major European indexes, only the DAX and the Swiss market are down. And although I really appreciate your Jonker this morning, your new Trockton jacket, those are not the most important benchmarks for European traders.
Yeah, I think for Europe it's slightly different. The AI spend, the AI outlook, at least in relative terms, is not as important as it is for the US. Particularly also when we look at AI adoption, so the amount of companies, amount of sectors, or the percentage of companies in the respective sectors that have already adopted AI. That in Europe is only running at about half the level as in the US. So for the US, particularly for large caps, much more important. For Europe, I think oil overall is going to be a little bit more important, because remember, one of the biggest sectors that's really been driving this rally in the last year or so in Europe has been the banks. And the banks have come obviously under pressure now in the last couple of weeks with oil prices higher and therefore the yield curve bear flattening. That has taken a little bit the wind out of the sails for the earnings picture around the banks. So oil coming down, that bull re-steepening the curve in Europe, that would really help SX70. It would really help the European bank picture again. So for Europe, slightly different. I think there the oil price matters because it matters for the rates and for the front-end rates outlook, and therefore for the banks.
So, if we see continued struggles with this ceasefire, if we see continued upward pressure on the oil price, do you bet on U.S. stocks against European?
If that was the case, yes, but I don't expect that. I think, again, what we've seen now in the last, not only this week, but really the last now almost 2 weeks, has been incremental positive changes. So I think if you want to be bearish now, if you want to say, look, oil is going to go still to $150, your view, I think, has to be ceasefire will completely fail. Every single day we will have incrementally worse news. You cannot have news like, let's say, perhaps some of the plants reopening, like we had, for example, some news out of Qatar yesterday, some of the plants opening. Your view has to be that none of these incrementally slightly more positive or even less bad news, that none of that is happening. That has to be your view. And I think that's very challenging to be that bearish. In particular, I think one thing that we haven't talked about yet is because positioning is so clean. If you look at even systematic positioning, that is now well below the 20th percentile for CTAs, for the likes of volatility target strategies. So with positioning that clean, your view really has to be not only bearish, it has to be every single day you got to come in and be like, look, no, we're not only having not incrementally positive news, we'll have even worse news and even worse news flow. That, I think, is really, really challenging to have a view like that.
Max, really helpful intel there, and I really appreciate you joining us today. Max Kettner of HSBC talking to us about these markets. Now let's get to the other top stories trending on the terminal this morning. Interactive Brokers founder and chairman Thomas Peterffy says insider trading is good for society and should not be banned. Peterffy says it's pointless to try and prevent it. He made these comments on Bloomberg's Odd Lots podcast with Joe Weisenthal and Tracy Alloway, and they come in the midst of a renewed push from lawmakers and regulators to take on insider trading. It's definitely appointment listening. PIMCO is looking to sell parts of the $14 billion of debt financing it is providing for an Oracle data center in Michigan. PIMCO is anchoring that financing, which is being led by Bank of America and is expected to close on April 17th. China is considering financial aid for its state-run airlines that are struggling to keep up with rising fuel costs. The country is looking into providing government subsidies, preferential tax treatment, and state-backed low-interest loans. China's biggest airlines have struggled to return to profit since COVID. Coming up, Vice President J.D. Vance prepares to lead talks between Iran and the U.S. in Islamabad over the weekend. More on that story next. This is Bloomberg.
No ceasefire ever goes without a little bit of choppiness. What we have been very clear about is that we want to stop the bombing. We want our allies to stop the bombing, and we want the Iranians to do the same thing. We're seeing evidence that things are going in the right direction, but it's going to take a little time.
The White House says the U.S. would hold direct talks with Iran, and Vice President J.D. Vance will be leading the delegation to Islamabad. This comes as both sides are accusing each other of violating the truce that was announced. Joining us now is Bloomberg Government's Mika Solner. Mika, what is the fundamental disagreement? Is it on whether or not Lebanon was included in the ceasefire?
Yeah, that is the main crux of it. And as we know, this 2-week ceasefire is extremely fragile, and the world is watching here what happens. So there's a lot riding on the vice president's shoulders. I want to remind people that J.D. Vance is someone that initially has publicly said he opposed military intervention in Iran. So it'll be really interesting to see how he navigates this and how it sets him up for his potential ambitions if he does decide to eventually try and decide to run for president, if he navigates this differently than how President Trump has. So this is a really big test for him, not just for the ongoing future of these peace talks, but also his political future as well.
What about the plans that have been presented? You know, Iran said initially that it had a 10-point plan. President Trump had agreed it was a good basis for negotiation. The president, for his part, has always touted a 15-point plan. Are they going off of one or the other? Is it fine to use both? How's that viewed in Washington?
Yeah, I mean, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt yesterday has said that, there's the plans essentially in flux and that there's been plans that have been reported that, were not supported by the U.S. So there's a lot of confusing messaging coming out of the White House. I think a lot of it is still being worked out, but, as you mentioned, a lot of it is going to come down to whether or not, Lebanon is going to be part of these negotiations, as well as, other areas. I know that the president's initial asks was obviously reopening the Strait of Hormuz, which, there's going to be more questions on that as well as the U.S. tries to get other countries to continue the operation there. So that's really the heart of the negotiation, but we're going to see what else comes out of it soon.
How is this all playing out with voters, Mika? Because as you pointed out, J.D. Vance was solidly against military intervention in Iran. Pete Hegseth also had said that it doesn't make sense for the U.S. to get involved in things like this anymore. He was a recovering neocon. Now I guess he's a full-fledged neocon. President Trump made campaign promises that we would spend money and focus our attention on domestic matters rather than getting into foreign wars. So it seems as if the administration is going the other way to what it told voters before the election.
Absolutely, and we've seen huge splits in this within the conservative movement at large. We've seen prominent figures such as former Rep. Marjorie Taylor Greene, who had other issues with the president before she fell out with him, but members of Congress like Thomas Massie, and we're even seeing this kind of trickle down to more rank-and-file Republicans who are elected, as well as other voices in the conservative movement such as Steve Bannon, Tucker Carlson, really pushing back on what exactly are the U.S. objectives here in Iran, because there has been mixed messaging from the White House, and overall this war is extremely unpopular with the public, especially as it continues to drive up gas prices. I mean, we might see a little bit of relief there, but this is still having huge implications on markets around the world, and ultimately is coming down to people's pocketbooks. So that's going to be the main issue if this continues to be the case.
All right. I mean, we currently see gas prices rising, and they haven't fallen for many weeks now. $4.16, I should say, $4.16 a gallon is the average price across the country right now. Mika, thanks so much for joining us. Bloomberg Government's Mika Solner on the current situation in Iran. Oil is rebounding after yesterday posting its biggest drop since COVID in April of 2020. Goldman Sachs, though, says Brent crude will average more than $100 per barrel through 2026 if the strait remains closed for another month. That's a pretty big if. Let's get to Alaric Nightingale. He leads Bloomberg's European oil trading team out of London. Alaric, how do you think this market is set up? I mean, do we expect the strait to be closed for another month when you look at pricing?
I think that there's clearly a sense that this isn't going to resolve itself overnight. I wouldn't like to put a time frame on it really, but we had the ceasefire, but then yesterday afternoon, there were signs of that wobbling, and owners still aren't going through. And a lot of things need to happen to get kind of widespread comfort about transit. It's not just going to be, we just need to have real detail. That's what the shipping market is screaming out for, is detail. Exactly how it works, exactly what you have to do, and is that fully accepted by kind of government states?
Do you still see, Alaric, the big spread between futures? I think Brent and NYMEX are trading around $97 right now. We have it up on the screen. And dated Brent, which is a slightly more, a slightly more opaque market. I've seen it priced around $124 today.
Right, yeah, there is a huge premium for physical crudes. For what you see in dated Brent, that's a very, very prompt, immediate supply crude. And you see similar pictures for lots of other grades that price relative to dated Brent. And that's really telling you that there's an urgent need for barrels out. Even if you resolved everything right now, which isn't going to happen in the Persian Gulf, you still need to get that oil to Asia to Europe to the US, and that's kind of 20 to 30 to 40 to 60 days. So there is going to be a lag effect, even if it resolved overnight, which it's not going to. So that's why you've got this urgent need for immediate barrels. There's just a kind of a need for replacement. Asia looking beyond its normal markets for supply, and then you get this tightness everywhere.
Alaric, thanks so much for jumping in. I know you're extremely busy on the oil desk, to say the least. Alaric Nightingale leads our oil trading coverage out of London. Now, Anthropic completes its tender offers. Employees sold some equity to investors as part of a secondary share sale, but some investors weren't able to pick up as many shares as they wanted because of the limited number that employees were willing to unload. The Claude chatbot maker was valued at $350 billion in its latest deal, not including the $30 billion that it raised. Bloomberg's Neil Campling joins us with the latest. Neil, does Anthropic's tender offer share sale offer any clues into the battle for talent?
It does. Just like oil, actually, AI talent is in short supply. Often you would expect these kind of crystallization opportunities to make money from selling stock would be well sought after from employees. I suggest that this sign is that insiders in the company expect there's huge potential for the company's position. And if you look at it, I've seen numbers this morning that say that Anthropic is on an ARR run rate of $100 billion. Now, it's that kind of number is 11 times greater than 4 big SaaS players ARR combined. Salesforce.com, Adobe, ServiceNow, and Workday. Huge numbers. And we're looking at an ARR run rate for this company that has grown tenfold for the last 3 years in a row. Just staggering numbers. So I'm not surprised actually to see that insiders basically don't want to sell too much stock because they see massive upside potential, I think, for the company and their AI position.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, $350 billion may sound like a lot of money to you and me, but for a company like the maker of the chatbot Claude, it does seem like quite a small valuation. Neil, thanks so much for joining us. Bloomberg's Neil Campling out of London. Never enough time with Neil. This is Bloomberg. Let's get a look now to what's ahead today. We get PCE, personal income, and personal spending numbers all at 8:30 a.m. So some big economic data coming out today, plus U.S. wholesale inventories data at 10 a.m. So it will continue throughout the morning. The U.S. Treasury is auctioning $22 billion of 30-year bonds at 1 p.m. after the 10-year auction yesterday. And if you take a look at what's going on in oil, you see we continue to see climbs on Brent more than 3%, and NYMEX as well after the big drops that we saw yesterday. It is 5 a.m. in New York City, 10 a.m. in London. Good morning. I'm Matt Miller in for Bonnie Quinn with your Bloomberg brief. Let's get you set up for the day. Stocks are soaring and the dollar dips after the U.S. and Iran agreed to a 2-week ceasefire. Oil drops back below solidly $100 a barrel as ships await a temporary reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, and treasuries rally with bets that the Fed will resume its rate cuts and auction for 10-year notes on deck this afternoon. Let's take a look at what's going on in the markets. You can see S&P futures at their session highs right now, up 2.7%. NASDAQ futures up 3.5%. The small caps doing even better. So a massive rally here, and we have seen a massive rally in Europe as well, with some benchmark indexes rising almost 5% this morning. Take a look at what's going on in Treasuries here. You can see the rally pushing down on yields. So the 2-year yield down 7 basis points to 371, 372. The 10-year yield down 6 to 423 even, and the 30-year yield down 3 basis points to 484. Of course, most importantly, oil, or at least it has been driving this market over the past month and weeks as the war kicked off. Brent crude down 14% to 94.45. We are looking at NYMEX WTI down 16%, and at one point it had been down almost 20%. Right now trading at $95. Yesterday it traded up to $117, and we saw Brent crude for delivery reach an all-time record since record keeping began. Gas, oil, fuel trading on the Intercontinental Exchange down almost 20% as well, 18% the drop there. For some of the individual stock stories that we're watching this morning, let's get out to London. Chloe Millay is standing by. Chloe, what have you got?
Good morning, Matt. As you just mentioned, the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, this 2-week ceasefire that has been announced, has sent oil prices tumbling. And so we are seeing that reflected in the shares of those big oil companies that had, of course, been really benefiting from this major disruption to global energy supplies since the beginning of the year. So we're seeing this reversal in sentiment and all of those names falling significantly today. On the flip side, we've got airlines that are doing much better. This is a sector that had really struggled since the beginning of the conflict because of flight cancellations and also because of rising jet fuel shortages and prices. And so now this ceasefire comes as a huge relief, and we're seeing those names move much higher in pre-market trading. And finally, there is a lot of broad-based optimism across equities, and another sector that's benefiting is the chip stocks. They had been struggling as well since the beginning of the war because of concerns about higher energy costs and higher yields. And today this also comes as a big relief, and therefore we are in the green as well for those chip sectors.
All right, Chloe, thanks very much. We'll get back to you a little bit later on. Coming up also in this hour, Tina Fordham is going to join us of Fordham Global Foresight with a closer look at the ceasefire deal, plus its implications on global growth with Lucy Baldwin of Citi. Let's talk about that U.S.-Iranian agreement to stop the fighting just hours before Trump's genocidal deadline. The president made an announcement on social media cautioning the pause is contingent on the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's foreign minister said safe passage through the waterway will be possible during that time and vows that Iran will cease defensive operations if attacks are paused. Let's get to our team coverage with Bloomberg's Jumana Bersetchi and Washington Deputy Bureau Chief Laura Davidson. Jumana, first to you, what do we know about the 10-point plan that the Iranians put forward? President Trump apparently said that was a good basis point for negotiations. What do the Iranians want?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's a very pertinent question because we're heading into what will be 2 weeks of intense negotiations, we imagine, over the coming days. And the starting point for that are some of the very maximalist demands that Iran have laid out. That 10-point proposal, now, President Trump has described it as being a workable starting point, but some of the demands are indeed quite maximalist and I would say non-starter for many in the region, including the right to sovereignty still over the passage of vessels through the Strait of Hormuz, a full cessation of hostilities, assurances that the U.S. will not strike again. They would like to maintain the series of proxies that they have in the region, the so-called axis of resistance, and indeed they've actually linked the ceasefire in Iran to ongoing operations in Lebanon as well, something which the Israeli Prime Minister has come back and said they would not accept on their part. And then beyond that, they're also asking for war reparations as well. So a broad list of demands coming through from Iran, very maximalist, unlikely that the U.S. would actually concede to those demands, but a starting point for discussions. And indeed, I will tell you, we are in a very different place than where we were about 12 hours ago when there was a real fear that this could perhaps escalate out of control. Today, the region is breathing a sigh of relief, but it is very tenuous, and we've got to see what the next couple of days brings.
All right, so far from the unconditional surrender that President Trump demanded at the outset of this war, yesterday he threatened the death of an entire civilization. Laura, how does the president spin this as a victory?
So this is a standard Trump playbook of, despite what the actual facts may say, or if a deal has really been achieved here, he's gone out and declared victory. I'll note that, as Jumana said, this is a very tenuous agreement. It is just 14 days. It is not at all clear yet if each side is able to turn this into some sort of more durable peace deal. Right now we have, based on the statements coming out from both sides, both the U.S. and Iranian sort of statements indicate they're seeing this and hearing what they want to hear from each other. For example, Trump has said that the U.S. military is going to help escort ships through the Strait of Hormuz. The Iranian side has said that their military will also be involved in that. So there's a lot of discrepancy here about exactly how this 14-day, these top-line agreements are implemented, much less, something more lasting, regarding Iranian's nuclear program, its ballistic missile arsenal, for example. But it's clear that Trump was under a lot of pressure at home. He had, people who had been allies, folks like Tucker Carlson, Republican senators in Congress, who were really criticizing his statements and rhetoric from a day or two ago, suggesting he was going to return Iran to the Stone Ages. That really all proved to be too much, coupled with the economic pressure that voters are feeling and really warning signs ahead of the midterms. That all culminated into what we saw transpire just about 12 hours ago.
Jumana, the president has repeatedly claimed that the U.S. military has achieved complete and total regime change, even though it seems like the IRGC is still in charge of the same theocratic regime. Do we know who's negotiating on behalf of Iran?
Well, you raise a very important point, which is, and what some people say quite flippantly is there's been a replacement of one Khamenei with another Khamenei, obviously his son, the son of the former supreme leader. But ultimately, just stepping away from that, there doesn't appear to be at least visible signs of regime disintegration. And we know that the hardliners from the Revolutionary Guard, the IRGC, the clerics have been calling the shots here. They've been very vocal, obviously, on social media. A lot of this war has played out in social media. Now, Iranian state media reported a couple of hours ago that into these potential in-person discussions in Islamabad, they may be sending the Speaker of the House, that is Mohammad Ghalibaf. He has been one of the most vocal and strident voices. If you look at everything he's posted over the course of the last couple of weeks, nothing would have suggested that they would actually come to the table and start these negotiations. And I think a lot of that can be credited to Pakistan, who played a key role in mediation here, and also to China as well, something which President Trump has referenced himself, the role that China played in also bringing Iran to the table. But to go back to what we were saying here, Iran has identified that they have a new leverage point, and this is a point that did not exist a couple of weeks ago in the Strait of Hormuz. So in addition to the demands that they were looking to negotiate even before the war even started, there's now an additional point of leverage. That is the Strait of Hormuz. So if the U.S. say that they've managed to regain full and free shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, but not deal with the other issues, then we're sort of back to square zero again.
Free being an important word there, considering the fact that the Iranians seem to want to charge a toll on ships passing through the strait that they also seem now to control. Jumana Bersetchi and Laura Davison, thanks very much for joining us. We'll talk to you, I'm sure, a lot throughout the day. We really appreciate your hard work. Oil plunging below $100 a barrel. WTI posting its biggest drop since the pandemic, and U.S. natural gas futures the lowest since August. Let's bring in Bloomberg energy reporter Anthony DePaola in Dubai. And Anthony, it's been pointed out a few times already last night and this morning that there's really an asymmetric set of probabilities here. I mean, it would be really difficult to get oil back down below 80. Surely impossible to get back below 60 where it had been at the beginning of the year for NYMEX. But anything goes wrong and it instantly jumps back above $100. Do you see it that way as well?
Well, we're certainly in a risky period here. So the market is taking a deep sigh of relief. As Jumana had just mentioned, the region is reacting to the fact that we haven't seen an escalation of the war here in this region, and that impacts oil markets as well too, because there was a threat against a lot of infrastructure. So that's why we're seeing this big sigh of relief in the market. But we are clearly not out of the woods yet. There remains a lot of oil stuck inside the Persian Gulf, both crude oil as well as refined products, and that needs to clear. with the uncertainty around the terms of how open the Strait of Hormuz will be, if that's going to be open with only the permission of Iran, whether there's going to be some payments involved there, that is still very unclear. And those tankers inside the Gulf need to clear first before we can get oil flowing back to the market. Then we would have to see, once that safe passage is proven, tankers that are willing to come into the Gulf and pick up crude oil, at which point some of those producers inside the Gulf could resume, loading new barrels of crude, newly produced oil, because a lot of those producers were forced to shut down because they couldn't export the oil. Storage tanks became full and they had to shut in production. So we really need to see the flow begin before we can see that oil production ramp up. And shippers, producers, buyers are really asking for certainty before they move into that process of normalizing. So we're not going to see the prices coming down until we do see that. So we are still in this, and we've still got some ways to go before we can see some normalization and those prices falling, as you mentioned before, Matt.
Anthony, many of us are tourists in this market and have been learning a heck of a lot over the last couple of months. Dated Brent, which is apparently the barrels of oil for almost immediate delivery, hit an all-time record yesterday, since record keeping began in the 80s. And of course, we've all been hearing about how much jet fuel is costing the carriers. How are these other barrels or distillates being priced right now?
Yeah, so the Gulf is a big exporter of middle distillates. That's diesel, which goes into trucks, so highly important fuel for all kinds of transport, as well as the jet fuel, which they ship a lot of that, had been shipping a lot of that to Europe. So the Gulf is really important, particularly for the European supply of those middle distillates, whereas the crude oil is going, lots of that is going mainly to Asia, as well as smaller amounts coming to Europe. So it's a really key market for that. And so we have seen the products really increasing because they've been blocked in. You mentioned the dated Brent price. So another thing is price discovery here. When the benchmarks that set Gulf oil are pretty much trapped inside the Gulf, traders don't really have the benchmarks on which to price the crude. So we've seen oil that loads outside of the Gulf, that's the Omani crude, those prices have been skyrocketing, whereas Dubai crude, which is it's a very small flow in terms of barrels, but the price is set based on a lot of other crudes in the Gulf that come out, and those have not been moving. So traders are really scratching their heads on how do we price these things, what is the benchmark, and then that has led to some real dislocations, particularly on things like those products which haven't been able to get to the market, and that's been exacerbating the issue of the crude that hasn't been able to get to the market and get into the refineries to make those fuels. So we've really seen that back up, particularly on those middle distillates, diesel and jet, as you said, Matt.
All right, Anthony, really appreciate your coverage. Anthony DePaula there covering the oil markets for us. Coming up, more implications of the ceasefire deal with Tina Fordham of Fordham Global Foresight out of London next. This is Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Brief. I'm Matt Miller. Jennifer Kavanaugh of the libertarian think tank Defense Priorities weighing in on the latest ceasefire deal between Washington and Tehran, saying that it's a relief President Trump took an off-ramp, and I think almost everyone would agree with her there. But she said if he was going to back down, he did so in the worst way, raising the stakes so high beforehand, he maximized the damage to his credibility and global perceptions of U.S. power. This is a clear strategic defeat for the U.S. Let's ask Tina Fordham, founder and geopolitical strategist at Fordham Global Foresight, how she sees it. And Tina, I think you'd agree it's a tremendous relief that we didn't decide to bomb Iran back to the Stone Ages and kill millions of people. But how do you think it looks the way we went about it?
Well, you know, I was just talking to some clients here in Europe, some of our corporate clients about how it looks, and of course there's relief, and yet the idea of thinking the unthinkable, of an American president threatening to, mass murder, in effect, on a country of 92 million people and then scaling back from it, it leaves scars. And I think that has to be understood. And one of the things that my client said is the unpredictability of the US is forcing them to reconsider their plans, because I think everybody understands that this ceasefire buys time for 2 weeks. The proof is in the pudding in terms of whether ships will actually traverse the Strait of Hormuz, and insurers will be willing to put that cargo and those sailors at risk. And then there are the implications of Iran effectively coming out of this in a stronger position than they started.
I wonder why the president continues to restate that we've achieved complete and total regime change when it looks like the same people are in charge, albeit, the sun rather than the Ayatollah. But the IRGC and this theocratic regime that everyone has had such problems with for the past 47 years remains unchanged. How do you see that?
I see it as a consequence of a policy that really painted the White House into a corner. Whether it's because the Israelis oversold the prospects of regime change or some other, element of White House policymaking, and the fact that the war aims of this operation were never telegraphed, were never, presented to the American people. We only saw the U.S. Treasury Secretary on the U.S. Sunday morning talk shows. The war is unpopular with Americans. People will be relieved in the short term at calling victory, if indeed it ends up being that way. But any outcome, from a market perspective and a global economy perspective that leaves Iran in control of the strait, one of the world's most significant choke points, effectively using it as a toll road, can't be seen as a victory. It means that regime now has a near permanent source of leverage. And why would they give that up?
What about the nuclear situation, Tina? What was your analysis of the previous agreement where we, through diplomatic means, had been checking on the enriched uranium, the JCPOA? And what do you think, how do you think we stand now that most likely that highly enriched uranium is buried, but we actually don't know exactly where it is?
Well, we don't know, and there were some suggestions that there might have been some special forces operation to recover those highly enriched uranium supplies. But your question is very well taken, because of course President Trump withdrew from the JCPOA, a diplomatic agreement which had its many flaws and yet did include an inspection element. And whatever happens with Iran and its supplies, which it's always seen as a source of both national pride and protection from invasion, we're looking at the widening of a nuclear arms race in the region, with the other countries, Gulf and otherwise, also looking to obtain this. Countries like Pakistan already, previously agreeing a security pact with Saudi Arabia. And so the job of monitoring and enforcing some kind of international infrastructure to prevent the use of weapons of mass destruction now became a lot harder. And of course, every country is going to want one.
I wonder about, President Trump had demanded an unconditional surrender at the beginning of this war. And now Iran has laid out 10 conditions under which it will surrender. How does he negotiate those conditions, especially considering that part of that we understand is that the U.S. military and Israeli forces stop attacking Iran's proxies while Benjamin Netanyahu continues his war in Lebanon?
Well, indeed. So when it comes to U.S. diplomacy, I mean, the Iranians, who have an amazing trolling game, if you haven't seen it on X, say that they aren't in touch with anyone. And what does appear to be transpiring seems to be by text message, still involving the Omanis. Now, of course, Pakistan, not usually a security and diplomacy partner for the United States on major agreements. And I think what we're seeing, Matt, is the limitations of real estate transaction diplomacy by text message.
Tina, what's the most important element that you're watching for in the next few hours and days?
Traffic through the strait, whether ships get through, what the kind of selection process is, how much good faith compliance there is with this agreement. You know, we've already seen Israel saying that it won't refrain from its incursions into Lebanon. And, you know, what's called cheating in international affairs. Who cheats first, and how they do it.
All right, Tina Fordham, great to get your insight. Really appreciate it. Tina Fordham there of Global Fordham Insight talking to us from London. It's time now for your front page news. First up on the New York Times, the Republican win in the special election runoff in Georgia to replace Marjorie Taylor Greene. Democrats had hoped for a strong showing, but Clay Fuller will serve out the rest of Greene's term in the House after receiving endorsement from President Trump. Next up on the Wall Street Journal, President Trump rebuffed requests from Ford and other U.S. automakers for relief from aluminum tariffs, fires at major U.S. factories, creating bottlenecks, or one in particular, for vehicles such as the F-150 have added to Ford's challenges. And finally, the Financial Times reporting that Perplexity's revenues have jumped 50% in a month as the company leans into AI, really its only business. The company shifted from its chatbot-style search engine to AI agents that carry out tasks on behalf of users. Taking a look at what's going on in markets today, it is particularly remarkable to see oil coming down double-digit percent. So Brent crude off now 14% to $93.86 a barrel for June delivery. NYMEX crude down 16% to $94.93 for May delivery. And at one point we saw crude down, NYMEX crude down 20% from a high of $117 a barrel yesterday. Interestingly, gold rallying up 2% now to $4,800 a troy ounce. In terms of futures, we see absolutely massive moves in European cash markets. Some indexes up as much as 5%. The DAX, for example. S&P futures gaining 2.7% right now as the dollar comes down and the 10-year yield drops, with investors buying bonds. We have a 10-year auction today that we'll be paying very close attention to as well. Coming up, we speak with Lucy Baldwin of Citi on global growth amid the U.S.-Iran ceasefire. This is Bloomberg. It is 5:30 a.m. in New York City, 10:30 a.m. in London. Good morning. I'm Matt Miller in for Vonnie Quinn with your Bloomberg Brief. Let's get you set up for what is already looking like an absolutely amazing trading day. Stocks are soaring and the dollar dips after the U.S. and Iran agreed to a 2-week ceasefire. We see oil plummeting back below $100 a barrel as ships await a temporary reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, and treasuries are rallying hard with bets that the Fed will now be able to resume rate cuts and auction for 10-year notes on deck later this afternoon that we will all be paying very close attention to. Take a look at S&P futures as European cash indexes move 5% higher in Germany. S&P futures are up 2.7%. NASDAQ and Russell futures up 3.5% and more. So an absolute rally, and we have a lot of trading desks saying get ready for more as hedge funds and CTAs cover shorts. You can see yields down across the curve. The 2-year yield down 7 basis points to 372. The 10 down 6 to 423.40. And the U.S. 30-year yield down 3 basis points at 484. In terms of the moves in oil, which have been spectacular as of late, Brent crude now down 14% for June delivery to $93.94 a barrel. NYMEX crude, which yesterday reached $117 for the May contract, is now down 16% at 95 even. And you can see gas oil futures also down almost 20% right now. Amazing moves in stocks as well. For that, let's get out to London. Chloe Melee is standing by. Chloe, what have you got?
Good morning, Matt. This two-week ceasefire that's been announced and the temporary reopening of the Strait of Hormuz have sent oil prices falling very, very significantly. And so therefore we are seeing this impact being translated into a lot of negative moves in pre-market trading for all of that oil sector, which of course had really benefited over the last few weeks from this disruption in global energy supplies. And then on the flip side, we've got airlines really moving higher this morning, all in the green because oil prices are falling. This is of course, a sector that had been struggling since the start of the war because of flight disruptions, but also because rising oil prices meant higher jet fuel prices. And so this news of a ceasefire is really coming as a big relief. And so we are seeing the likes of Delta and United being definitely in the green this morning. And finally, another key sector that is moving higher is chip stocks. There had been concerns since the start of the war that those high energy prices and those higher yields from the Iran war would really impact the AI sector negatively. And so this is another industry that is seeing this ceasefire as a big relief. And so we are seeing the likes of Nvidia and Micron moving definitely higher this morning as well.
All right, Chloe, thanks very much. Chloe Melee with some of your stock movers that we'll continue to track throughout the day. Now, Washington and Tehran buying more time to come up with a longer-term agreement after notching a two-week ceasefire. President Trump made the announcement just hours before his deadline, cautioning that the pause is contingent upon reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's foreign minister said safe passage through the waterway will be possible during that time and vows that Iran will cease defensive operations if attacks are paused. Joining us now from Washington is Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall. And Tyler, I think we can all say this is a huge relief on both sides of the aisle. There was great concern when the president tweeted out yesterday morning that he may destroy the entire civilization. How will the White House spin this as a victory?
Well, hey, Matt, good morning. At this point, of course, this is a pulling back of President Trump's threats and also the bar. I know that you mentioned this earlier in the program that the president had previously set for what he called unconditional surrender. But we're going to have to wait and see how negotiations unfold over the next 2 weeks. This White House is expected to tout the tactical successes of the military operation so far. We are awaiting a briefing later this morning from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, as well as the Joint Chiefs of Staff Dan Kane. Now, President Trump has said that the Iranian side has provided this 10-point plan that will make for a good basis for negotiations going forward. But there's definitely questions here as we glean more details, because many of them seem like unlikely terms for the U.S. and Israel, including that Iran is able to have sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz. Now, we'll have to ultimately see what comes out of this deal. President Trump did give an interview to the AFP overnight where he said that some of the top sticking issues for the U.S., like Iran's highly enriched stockpile of uranium, is going to be, quote, completely taken care of. So I think that as negotiations go on, the White House will be giving us more details on what they view as successes of this military operation.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the president deals. I know he didn't give any details with that highly enriched uranium. But what about the Strait of Hormuz, Tyler? I mean, one of the conditions that Iran has laid out is that it will be in charge of traffic through the strait. It wasn't before the U.S. and Israel started this war. How does the president want the U.S. military to aid in getting those 800 ships currently stuck in the Gulf out through Hormuz?
Well, we're awaiting more details, but in a late-night post yesterday after his initial post, he said that the U.S. would be hanging around, in his words, when it comes to the strait. Perhaps we will end up seeing some sort of naval escorts. We heard from the French President Macron earlier as well that there's going to be this group of 15 countries that could provide some sort of assurances when it comes to the strait, but that ceasefire needs to be fully in place in order for them to deploy assets. But the fact that Iran is still signaling intent to have control over the waterway really could complicate the bid for a longer-term deal, considering this White House has made clear that they don't think that Iran should be allowed to charge tolls in the strait, something that appears to be moving forward as this ceasefire is being implemented. In fact, President Trump had said the other day from the White House press briefing room that he thinks the U.S. should be allowed allowed to gain tolls from the strait. We'll see how this develops. Of course, President Trump has also previously indicated that he thinks that the U.S. should seize Iranian oil. Bloomberg News had reporting just yesterday that the president had floated that idea to advisors, not necessarily to gain leverage over Iran, but really to gain leverage over China, though, of course, sources had cautioned Bloomberg that that plan wasn't something that was going to be set in motion, at least just yet. But as we continue to get details on what this could entail, the strait will remain top focus, as it has been for this White House.